And Happy New Year's. I'd like to call the public hearing of City Council for Monday, January 9th, 2023 to order. Number two, corporate officer to read aloud the notice of public hearing. So over to you, Brenda.
Thank you. Good morning. This public hearing is being held to hear from anyone that may be affected by the proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw. Bylaw number 4541 proposes to add the definition of farmers market as a principal use in the P2 Recreation and Culture Zone. The arenas and the NAR Park are currently within these zones. Therefore, city staff had discussions with the curling club manager and the art gallery manager, and no concerns were identified. A notice regarding the proposed amendment was also posted on the city's website and advertised in the local paper, and no comments or concerns were received.
Thank you, Brenda. So number three, the correspondence and delegations. There's none, okay. And number four, just gonna call if there's any comments to the notice. So I'm gonna call once. Is there any comments to the notice? Calling twice. Calling three times. Right, I will close the public hearing. Okay, I'm going to call our regular meeting of City Council to order for Monday, January 9th. Our first order of business is two delegations. 2.1, Michelle, welcome. So we have Miss Michelle Mobley, Dawson Creek, from Dawson Creek Literacy now in attendance. Reason the proclamation to declare January 22nd to the 28th, 2023 as Family Literacy Week in Dawson Creek. So that's proclamation. Whereas Canada is an increasingly information-driven society, yet approximately 700,000 British Columbians do not have the minimum literacy skills to be able to fully engage in the workplace or in their community. 45% of British Columbians have trouble understanding newspapers, manuals, and health information, and 52% have difficulty using graphs, calculating interest or medicine dosages, and navigating other daily living tasks. And whereas Family Literacy Week began to celebrate adults and children reading and learning together, taking time every day to read or do a learning activity with children is crucial to a child's development. And whereas having strong literacy skills allows us to understand information and given us the ability to make better decisions, helping to make our communities stronger, both economically and socially. And whereas spending at least 20 minutes a day enjoying a learning activity together can dramatically improve the literacy skills of both children and caregivers. Now, therefore, I do hereby proclaim January 22nd to the 28th, 2023 as Family Literacy Week. So, thank you.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
You said everything I needed to say.
Okay,
so
perfect. Thank you, and thank you
you.
for everything you do. So
Thank
we
you.
appreciate
Have
it.
a
So
great day.
you too. Thank you. Okay, next, our order of business is 2.2. We have Miss Nikki Sharma, Attorney General of British Columbia, in attendance via Zoom. Reason the current state of the criminal justice system and the courts in Dawson Creek at the invitation of council. So just wanted to welcome you and introduce Miss Nikki Sharma, the Attorney General of British Columbia. And thank you for attending and responding to our letter. And also wanted to congratulate you on your new appointment. So, so thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. Just a big welcome all the way from Vancouver. I'm on the traditional territory of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish people here today. Thanks to Mayor and Council for having me. I have to say, you're my first city council since coming and becoming Attorney General. So it'll be memorable for me, and I really look forward to the discussion we're going to have today. I wanted to go over a little bit of the things that we're working on in the province, and I know we have time afterwards for some questions and answers, and look forward to learning from you after that.
Thank you.
Okay. So no matter where we live in our province, there are common priorities that unite us. And I know, like all of you, we want our local businesses to thrive. We want people to get the supports they need and when they need them. And we want our communities to be safe and healthy. And everyone deserves to feel safe in their communities. But the reality is that things have changed and many people don't. And you all know as well as I do, this is not just a Vancouver problem. Communities are big and small are struggling. Communities like Dawson Creek are seeing an increase in repeat offending, vandalism, and more people experiencing severe mental health and addictions challenges. And while I know we're all compassionate and concerned about mental health and addiction issues across the province, it does not mean that we must accept repeated criminal behavior, property crime, or violence on our streets and in our neighborhoods. And I know that the people of Dawson Creek are concerned and that they want action and that they've called upon this council and the provincial government for that. So I want all of you to know in the room that we as a province are committed to working with you and making Dawson Creek a safer and healthier community for everyone. And it's the reason that I'm here today. And I know there'll probably be very many more conversations in the future. So I'll tell you a little bit about the work that we're doing at the provincial level. Very, very quickly, when Premier Eby was announced as Premier, he announced a Safer Communities Action Plan. And in this plan, I want you to know we're acting kind of on two fronts. One was stronger enforcement, and the other is stronger mental health and addiction supports. So this means reversing years of cuts by expanding mental health, addiction, and social services that people need in their communities. It also means doing everything we can as a provincial government to ensure that those who commit acts of violence face the consequences. So, for example, one of the big announcements or part of that Safer Communities Action Plan that we've moved forward on is we're investing $230 million over 3 years to improve public safety services. So this is important, particularly for the rural parts of our province that we're seeing understaffed RCMP detachments. So this funding is to help staff up police and RCMP detachments in rural, remote, and Indigenous communities across the province. It will also put more specialized teams out on our streets to investigate and prevent complex, violent, and organized crime. Excuse me. And it will support prosecutors and probation officers to deal with the most violent and high-risk offenders. So these are part of the things that we know and require more resources and needed more resources that communities like yours were asking for. And we've moved to invest in that. And then as part of the work that we've done also in the last couple months is my predecessor, Attorney General Rankin, directed the BC Prosecution Service to make changes to its bail policy. So these changes would, to the full extent possible under the current law, which is set by the federal government, address the risk that repeat violent offenders pose to public safety in British Columbia. So as a result, the BC Prosecution Service has made a number of changes to its policies, which are now in effect. And when it comes to actual bail reform, we know we still need Ottawa's help. So Premier Eby has already spoken with Prime Minister Trudeau about this, the national reform that's needed to the federal criminal code, so more violent repeat offenders are held in custody before trial. And I, as part of my job, will continue to push for that work at a federal level, and we'll be meeting with my federal counterparts shortly. And we're also standing up new coordinated response teams. So that's made of dedicated police, prosecutors, and probation officers. And what they'll do is stop violent crime before it starts and connect people to the support and services they need to help prevent repeat offenders. This team are also new and improved version of the BC's Prolific Offender Management Program. And we know that this program cut repeat offending by 40% when it was in place. But in 2012, it fell prey to cuts of that government. So we're investing $3 million to expand access to virtual bail hearings across the province. And we know that particularly helped remote communities. And it helps get more timely and effective access to bail proceedings. Virtual bail also allows people to stay in their home communities and remain connected to existing supports, family, and friends. And Crown prosecutors across the province have received additional training on bail law practice and procedures. So this is all part of the work that we're doing at the AG's office to improve access to justice and modernize our court system. Crown Counsel and police will work together to ensure that bail briefs are complete and prepared in accordance with best practices. And the goal of this is to help make sure Crown Counsel have the best information to present to court. So, I'm happy to answer any questions on that work that we're doing for the criminal justice system to make the improvements that we know are needed, and the advocacy that we'll continue to make to the federal government, who actually hold the policy when it comes to criminal law. And we know that there needs to be changes there. I wanted to talk a little bit about something that's close to my heart in the work of this government, and that's advancing reconciliation. Previous to being elected, I worked in the area of Aboriginal law and worked with Indigenous people across this province who were facing the systemic racism, the intergenerational trauma, and longstanding colonial systems that have impacted their lives. And one of our key priorities is addressing the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in the criminal justice system. And we know that that's really critical to advancing reconciliation, and that's a big part of the work at the Attorney General's office. We have announced and we're working on opening 10 new Indigenous justice centres, and 5 of which have been set to open this year, and that's in partnership with the BC First Nations Justice Council. So what these justice centres will do is offer free culturally relevant legal advice, primarily for criminal and child protection issues. And we know that these issues were identified as priorities by the First Nations leadership. So staff at these justice centres will take on a holistic approach of helping people with legal issues by connecting them with supports such as housing, mental health and addiction support, employment services, and healthcare. At the same time, we're working to prevent crime through intervention services that are addressing the root cause of crime. We're launching more community-led crisis response teams. So people in crisis can get help from mental health experts. I know Dawson Creek already has a community action team that are doing important work, connecting people who use drugs with harm reduction and support services that they need. And we know that in northern communities like Dawson Creek, more supports are needed. And that's why we're continuing to invest in housing, mental health, addictions, and poverty reduction across this province. The Safer Communities Action Plan accelerates and expands this ongoing work that's so important to so many people across the province. I want you to know that we're all aware that there's more work that needs to be done to address the priorities that are identified by people in your community and across this province. And although we've made important progress, I'm here to listen, I'm here to learn, and I'm here to work together with you from my office and this government, so we know we can build a more just and equitable province and address the challenges that our communities are facing. I know we want everybody to feel safe in their community, and that's part of the work that we all need to do. So I want to thank you so much for having me here today, and I'm really happy to take any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Sherman. Thank you for the update. So I'm going to open it up to council first for questions. Nobody's jumping at the... Councillor McDonald.
I'm very easy to find, so if there are any questions to follow up, you can always reach out to my office.
Councillor McDonald is going to open it up here.
Good morning, Minister Sharma. Thank you very much for taking your time to meet with us today. Here in Dawson Creek, we find that within our very serious property crime issues in our region, we see a sophisticated group of individuals that seem to be engaged in a collaborative effort throughout our region and even into Alberta, as far as way as Red Deer in their theft. Can you please tell me if there's any interprovincial efforts being made to address this, or even the possibility of pursuing these groups as organized crime?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, for that question, a really important one. So one of the reasons that I'm here today is to learn directly from you and what's happening in your community. But what I can say is that $230 million that was just announced that will go into resources to the RCMP. A part of that is for organized crime, because we know that that's a challenge. And those resources are meant to go in communities across the province. So that's part of the way that we're helping this. And it's really good for me to learn the particular challenges that you're having. And we're happy to meet about that at a future date.
That answer? Yeah, okay. Councillor Parslow?
Good morning. My question really focuses around the fine system, but I would like to put some context to that. Basically, we have many people, quite rightly, very upset about the repeated crime that goes on in this community. And seemingly also the main angst seems to be that it isn't necessarily with the RCMP, but the way that the RCMP is fettered in its powers by various judicial decisions and the nature of the legal framework that they have to operate within. And so whilst you're talking about violent crime, I want to talk more about theft, about motor vehicle theft, property theft, vandalism, those crimes, that just above the 5,000, some are just below 5,000. But to state that, I feel I have to state that some things I've heard from affected people, not only is some of it obviously highly organized, but a lot of it is just what is being called by some politicians a catch and release system that we seem to have. So the question around fines that I want to ask you about relates to the section 734, subsection 2 of the Criminal Code. And it states a court may fine an offender only if the court is satisfied that the offender is able to pay the fine or discharge it under section 736, which is a work to pay program. So what is the criteria that is used here in the province to determine if an offender has the ability to pay? Is Crown expected to conduct a credit check? Or do they look to see if past fines have been paid? This subsection suggests that if Crown is not satisfied that the accused can pay, their only choice is to handle the charge by way of time in jail. Right now, the fine system in this community does not work. One person with some great deal of knowledge has cited there may be millions of dollars of unpaid fines just within our own court system. So what is your response to those questions, and what is your government going to do about that?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Parslow. It's really important for me to hear about the particular issues that are happening in Dawson Creek, and I can certainly speak with our Minister of Public Safety, Mike Farnworth, about the particular issue and get you the information you need about the question about the fines. After this meeting, we'll work on that. I can say that I see my role as Attorney General as making sure that the justice system has the tools that it needs to actually work in a way that makes sure that people that are offending are able to see the justice, but also communities are safer. So that means all of the policy and guidelines that go to the judiciary. With this particular one about how they're charged, I can certainly reach out to the Ministry of Public Safety and get the information about that particular one, because I'm not sure off the top of my head what the particular ways that those fines are the discretion that is used to apply. And there's probably a particular issue maybe happening in your community that we would need to meet about. And I'm happy to do so.
Thank you. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Minister Sharma, for accepting our invitation and speaking with us today. So a couple points that kind of build on the points made by my colleagues. Certainly, violent crime is always first priority, but I think what seems to be driving a tremendous amount of frustration in our community is the repeated property crime by people who have do it as a vocation. A very small percentage of our population that seems either unwilling or unable to live alongside the rest of us and respect people's property. And the issue is they seem to fall into, with the current criminal justice system, not limbo necessarily, but the sentences and penalties are not sufficient enough to provide time for meaningful rehabilitation or any kind of programming that would deter them from returning to this lifestyle. And that's, I mean, I do understand as a taxpayer that spending $80,000 to $100,000 a year incarcerating somebody who stole a lawnmower isn't necessarily the best use of resources, but it does seem like with the millions of dollars we as a municipality spend, and that's matched by the province, we're incapable of containing a very small percentage of people who don't respect our property. That's one source of frustration. And as my colleague mentioned, it is exacerbated by our proximity to the Alberta border. And it factors in, I think, to the calculus of those who engage in this behavior that there is some bureaucratic confusion between jurisdictions once they cross that border and they take advantage of it. So I think we also, in addition to mental health and substance abuse supports and programming for violent offenders, we need to figure out a better way to deal with people who are engaging in property crime as a vocation and don't seem deterred by the existing criminal justice apparatus.
Yeah, thanks for teaching me about that, about what's happening in particular in their community. The Safer Communities Action Plan has two sides to it. So one is ensuring proper enforcement and that, you know, people that commit crimes are held accountable. But also, I think to what you were talking about, which is so important, which is this idea of what are the resources that are in place in communities to make sure that if there's a way to stop or to get somebody into better services to prevent them, because, you know, sometimes, unfortunately, it's mental health and addiction issues that are driving some of the crimes. So that that two-pronged approach is for resources across the province to get at the both aspects of that. And I think it'd be very interesting after this meeting to learn particularly about what you all need as councillors of your community in terms of resources from that bigger plan that we have as a province that might help with some of those particular challenges and where you see the gaps. I'm happy to talk about that and follow up, particularly whether it's community resources, whether it's your more resources for the RCMP, particularly. But I'm happy to learn from you where you see those gaps.
And I appreciate that. One more thing in relation to the comment you just made, I think if you could speak to, as of the 31st, I believe, decriminalization of various Schedule I narcotics up to 2.5 grams for personal use becomes the law of the province. Our proximity to Alberta, where possession is still very much illegal, might throw a bit of a wrinkle into how that impacts our community. I can't forecast it, but I'd be surprised if there wasn't any impact. With respect to the resources being provided to the RCMP around how to deal with this new dynamic, have they been, because I have the sense, I don't get a sense from speaking with local people who would never outright say they don't have what they need, but they're, you know, I don't get a sense that they've been given a tremendous amount of resources to help navigate this new environment they're going to be operating in. Can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, so when the decriminalization went forward, the reason for the delay in implementation was particularly because of we wanted to work, or the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions and the federal government wanted to work with the RCMP to figure out what the details are of implementation. If there's a particular challenge in your community, that's good to know, but that was part of the goal. And really what drives this work is to make sure that people are getting the help they need and they're not criminalized for behavior that is actually a health issue. I'm sure Dawson Creek is not untouched, like many communities across of the opioid crisis and who's been affected by that. The increase in funding to the RCMP, so the $230 million, that's a big chunk and a long time that's directed towards particularly resources in rural communities that haven't been given that funding in order to make sure that their RCMP was staffed up appropriately and that resources were provided. So once again, if there's particular things that your RCMP unit wants to connect or reach out about with the ministry, that's why I'm here. I'm happy to learn about that, the very particular challenges that you're facing, because every community is very different. And I'm learning from you that your proximity to Alberta is a particular challenge when it comes to how that law is enforced and what might show up in your communities. So please keep me posted about that, and I'll certainly keep the minister, both of Mental Health and Addictions and the Ministry of Public Safety also in contact about that. Your community may face different things, different issues, obviously, than other ones being so close to that. So let's keep in touch about that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Apollonio.
Good morning, Ms. Nikki Sharma. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Just a short question. For the fasting is because I'm here in Dawson Creek for 14 years now. I know the service level before is more fast or faster or hasty. But with the sometimes I'm really bothered by the people approaching me in the street. How about the homelessness and rising against poverty? With the rising concern on crime against property and homelessness and growing discontent of the local community and service level of the authority, how can the Attorney General or your office can help or support the local community? Or what action can you take to help us in the service level in the community? So at least the people will know that we are going to the right track.
Yeah, thanks for that question. So I want to say first and foremost, we're a partner with you. The provincial government wants to work on all issues that you just mentioned. So one is homelessness. We have a very aggressive housing plan that will require working with municipalities and councillors like yourself to get the housing that we need in every community. And I think if Mr. Cullen hasn't met with you yet, I'll certainly pass on that, because we want to work with you to build the housing that's required. I know homelessness is affecting a lot of people, particularly during the pandemic. Some people that were kind of precariously housed are now no longer because of rising costs and impacts in various ways. So that's one of our big priorities, is working with municipalities to build that housing. And we know that a big challenge is investing in community resources that are out there to support people. So supportive housing, mental health and addiction support, those things that were underfunded for so long that need to be invested in, especially with the communities that we're facing, the challenges that communities are facing today. So we're investing unprecedented amounts in mental health and addictions and supports for community services. And I also invite you, if there's particular programs that you think need to be funded that will help that. You see what's happening on the ground, and you see who the community leaders are, and you see the gaps, and we need to learn that. So if there's particular things that you think need better funding, then please do reach out about that.
Thank you.
Any other councillors? No? I have a few questions. So I know you have a little bit of time, so if I get too carried away, you can just stop me, but and I can reach out to you later. But, first, I did want to thank you again for taking the time. There is real concerns in our community from our businesses, our youth, our seniors, our RCMP, the whole area, really. We have the regional district in attendance as well today, so the chair from there, and it's this whole area up here that's struggling a little bit. And, definitely being close to Alberta, there is some restrictions with, RCMP. And we've had meetings with them as well, and they're working through that as well. But just wanted to bring that to your attention as well. And then some of the other things too, I know there's a few things that make it, struggles for the RCMP, but one is with breaches and conditions. Crown used to be able to put a lot more conditions on that would allow RCMP, to do their jobs a little bit more thorough, where if there was, time restrictions or curfews or, not being allowed in these places, that they could follow up a little bit easier. So with that gone away, and I don't know if that just went away because of COVID and it's coming back, or what the plan is with that. So that was one of mine. I don't know if you want me to keep going through, or you wanted to comment as I go, Ms. Sharma?
Well, let me just take the notes and then we'll see where we're going to get information for you after this meeting or what I can answer right away. But go ahead.
Okay. And then also on November 22nd, the provincial government passed that repeat offenders could be held again. From my understanding in the RCMPs a little bit is that that's more for violent person crimes. We're up here, we do have those crimes, don't get me wrong, but we have a lot more of the smaller, the property crimes. And that's a bit of a struggle up here because it's, I think it's like 15 or 20 people that tie up 80% of our RCMP's time. And just one scenario, this was in December, but they had, one individual that they were getting 8 calls a day for. And they would do all the fines, they would do the processing, they would go to Crown, and then they would be let back out. And then they would be dealing with it over and over again. And it's just putting a lot of stress on the RCMP. One, they got a lot to deal with. And they're all, the staff shortaging in RCMP is Canada-wide. So it just adds to that. And then also like their morale and culture, right? It affects who they are and what they're doing and trying to give back. They already live in, they're very vulnerable too in what they do and how they give back. So that adds a lot to them. Another one is I know with COVID, they went to remote locations for, Crown prosecutors, judges. So as these cases are getting presented to Crowns, it used to be in our local area, so the RCMP had the ability to go in and they could, brief them on it. They could talk to them about it. They could let them know, whether there was mental illness involved or addiction or, the issues they were having, which it's kind of gone away from that a little bit, and it's made it a lot more difficult where I could only imagine those remote locations are like bursting at the seams of people coming through with the way the province is right now. So I could only imagine that they're, trying to get people in and out as quick as possible. So, I'm not questioning that they're doing a poor job or saying that. I'm just could imagine that they're busy and having a hard time keeping up. So, so that was one. The other thing too is I definitely have empathy, for all walks of life and for everybody that's out there, and whether it's mental illness or addiction or criminals or the everyday person, all of us, I have empathy for, but I feel like sometimes we enable things moving forward, and regardless of what your background is or who you are, like there needs to be consequences for your actions. And sometimes I feel like with the system, and Councillor Parzo referred to the catch and release, that the consequences sometimes don't seem to be there. So it's a lot easier to repeat, for repeat offenders. So that the other thing that I wanted to comment on is about that you touched that the provincial government's funding, to help with the RCMP. So, I think that'll go a long way. But my concern with that is that I think the RCMP runs at 75% members right now because they're having a really tough time filling positions. So we're already behind the 8 ball and where we need to be. So is that funding put forward to help promote and train new RCMP members? Because if it's just to add new services to our communities, that's great. But if we don't have the people for it, it won't go very far. And that leads a little bit to like the homelessness and, the mental illness and the addiction facilities. And, it's clear that we need more support and all that in all those areas. So, I guess part of the struggles that we had here is when some of the were rolled out here, they weren't rolled out very well. Like we weren't educated on it. We've learned from that and we're moving forward. So but I feel like it's, as we're rolling those things out, the more educated we can all be, the better the chance of the success rate being, versus, just doing something and us not really knowing about it. And not just us as a mayor and council, it's us as a city, an area, as a province, really. And then another thing that you commented on was that you're advocating to the federal government to push changes in the criminal code. So at any point, if there's anything we can do as a municipality to help you with that, just please let us know. If it's a matter of a letter or our voice, we're here to help with that as well. So and that's all I had for now. I'm thankful that you took the time to join us, and I'm really gonna look forward to our communications moving forward in working with each other. I know you did mention that, and I definitely want to use that avenue to educate yourself and to help you. So so that's all I had for now. If you wanted to add to that, so sorry it's so long.
No, that's great. I've been taking notes, and there's some detailed answers there. So we may not have time to go, but I want to take your offer up on meeting again about the specific things that you've talked about. I want to say to all of you that it's very clear that this council cares a lot about their community and putting it on a right track when it comes to these issues, and you have a partner in the province with that. So I think there will probably be some very particular things that we need to talk about based on the list that you mentioned. And I think some follow-ups are probably needed on the particular challenges you face, because it sounds like it's repeat property crime. That's the bigger one that I'm hearing that is with 15 people that you're mentioning that are bringing the RCMP over and over again to the same challenges. And we did act on repeat violent offenders. That was the bail directive that we sent to our Crown prosecutors, because those are the challenges we face. But there is a bigger question about reform for the federal government and what's needed. So let's continue to engage on that conversation of how you can help. I appreciate that offer. And it is for staffing, the funding for RCMP. So part of that is just to get more boots on the ground. And we know that recruitment and retention, trust me, we hear that challenge in almost everything. I'm sure you are right now. It's part of the fact that I think BC is people are moving here. A lot of people are coming in, and there's lots of jobs that are out there, but we can't seem to get enough people to meet that in a lot of different areas. So I know that that's a challenge, and we have a whole ministry now that's working on that. So part of the ministry to work on the skills, trades, and challenges that the province needs for the next 10 years. So, so I have a whole list now. Derek's on the phone here from my office, and we will make sure we set up a follow-up meeting with yourself or whoever councillors to talk about some of the particular challenges. Now we can move forward. I'll speak with the different ministries. You talked about the different mental health and addiction supports that might be coming and being educated on that. I'll make sure I reach out to my counterparts about that. And so we can get a full kind of briefing for you if there's anything coming up and move forward in a better way than before.
Okay, no, that sounds great, and I think, and I can get a little prepared for that meeting too, and I can get a few more details, maybe that some of the stuff we're dealing with here, and also possibly have the staff sergeant sit in as well, so you can hear directly from the RCMP what's going on. So
yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you so much for having me and for helping me learn what's going on in your community, and I look forward to the next time we get to meet.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any more questions from council or? No? Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Sharma. We appreciate you taking the time. So,
take care, everybody.
You bet. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, our next order of business. I might have to vary. Do we have Mr. Troy Clifford? Okay, perfect. Next order is 2.3. We have Mr. Troy Clifford, the provincial president, Mr. Keith Taylor, the interim recording secretary, and Andre Ledoux, regional vice president of Ambulance Paramedics of BC in attendance. Reason the paramedic dispatch and ambulance resources in Dawson Creek. So welcome.
Have I got this right? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah, it's all there for you. So
good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to meet you all and in person, which is really a very good thing. It's been tough, and so I'm just honored that you guys have made the time to listen to what we have and have this conversation with us. So thank you for hosting us in your fair city, and we're going to spend a couple days up in the Peace region visiting your colleagues from Mackenzie, Chetwynd, Fort St. John, Hudson Hope, and Tumbler Ridge. We're joining most of the councillors and mayors and our services up here. So we've tied together a little tour and visiting some of our paramedics, and so that's that. We've managed to logistically schedule it all to see everybody and chat about the services, the ambulance services that are in your communities and the challenges we've seen. So I want to thank you first again for having us here. I've brought my colleagues, Keith Taylor here beside me. He's our provincial recording secretary. He's a unit chief runs a station in Lake Country, which is outside of Kelowna. I have Craig Chapman, our social media director, who's here with us, and he's a paramedic in Sicamous. And then Andre Ledoux is a regional vice president for the North, which covers your area, and he's a paramedic out of Terrace. So I brought a little bit of the team here, and I'm obviously the president with the ambulance paramedics, and I'm a station chief with 35 years experience, and my station is Osoyoos. So,
welcome to the North.
Yeah. I got the best station in the province, I'll tell you. But I guess that's why some service comes into play. I don't get to get there as much as I do with this job, but so we have 4,600 paramedics and dispatchers across the province, including every corner, your community, which is a lot. And not enough, to mind you, but it's a lot. And so we represent those in a dual role. We are the union that represents all those members, but we're also the professional voice in BC. And what that means is that we have a dual role, and that's why you see us here. So we're the BC chapter of the Paramedic Association of Canada, which is the professional body for all paramedics. And so that's why we're unique in comparison to other provinces, because we do that dual role. Most provinces and professions, quite frankly, have a secondary professional body as well as it's worked very well for us, and that's just the way BC has been set up for our practice. And that's why you see us meeting about service delivery, skills, increased scope, all these issues that are non-traditional Union Valley. We obviously also represent our members and lobby for through negotiations, through wages and benefits, and all the traditional union negotiations. And I'm happy to say you're the first council we've met since late Friday night. We were able to reach a tentative collective agreement that's really going to put us on a path to establishing a new foundation to move ahead with the challenges we've seen in the ambulance service, and quite frankly, some of the dire issues that have particularly affected you communities in the North. And we'll talk about that a little bit. We're also a dual role that is unique in healthcare. We are also a public safety occupation, just like our partners in police and fire and corrections and that. So we're designated federally as a public safety occupation. And what that means is we also are a health profession. So we cross both those boundaries, and we're quite proud of that. A lot of people want to put us into one or the other, and we're quite proud of that dual role, and it transitions very well. Most people identify us as a public safety occupation with our partners in police and fire, the three emergency services. There's others, corrections and Coast Guard and search and rescue and all those sorts of things that fit into those public safety designations. But we're proud of those two roles, and we don't see it as something that needs to be designated in either. We transition from both very well. So those are our dual roles in both aspects, and it works very well for us. But it's important to say that because people question why we do the things we do and that. And so when I'm meeting with municipalities, I identified a few years ago that we didn't have the relationship with the municipalities that we needed to have and the engagement. And then many of you have seen us at UBCM, and we really have tried to engage and reach out to the municipalities, how we can work together, have these conversations about the services in your community. And it's ironic we're following up on the Attorney General, because a lot of the issues that she's addressing are very dear to us. Mental health and addiction is a challenge that we all see. It's really we see it with your partners in police and our first responder partners. It's a really challenging situation in every corner of the province, and I know it is here. And it affects our service, because we see it every day. So there's those areas of things. There's resource challenges. The North has had a significant recruitment and retention challenge for paramedics, particularly in places like here, but some of our more rural communities that surround have really seen that. That's been a challenge that we've seen. the ability to have enough resources. We've seen a significant investment in resources, including adding resources in the Peace region here. We're not there yet. There needs to be more resources. We have one 24-hour ambulance here and a day ambulance, and then call-out ambulances, which is really our area we're having a challenge recruiting. We need to see more full-time positions that can ensure that you have coverage and meaningful jobs, that wages and benefits that allow people to stay in the community, be recruited in the community, and stay here. Because we're not seeing the transition. They're not rushing in from Alberta to work here. And so we're not unique in our human resources challenges. That's in every profession. Where we're unique is historically we have not been competitive. And with that on-call model, the precarious $2 an hour, which I'm happy to say we've addressed in this collective agreement, it'll be gone permanently, which is a long step. But really that call-out ambulance is a secondary precarious on-call. We're not recruiting into those positions and in a challenged environment. The other area that's really important to talk about is the community paramedic and the integrated teams that they're talking about. Paramedic need to be part of that conversation. We know that mental health and addictions, the best place for them is not in the back of a police car, not in the back of an ambulance or the emergency department, unless they're requiring critical interventions or an emergency situation. And that, when we're talking about these community action teams, paramedics have not been discussed in those conversations as part of that team to assess and treat patients. But quite often, that's who's at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's the RCMP and the paramedic. They're dealing with somebody that's having a mental health or an addiction crisis, and we got to provide the tools for both those teams. If the police are there for safety, when none of us ever want to see a situation ever again that we've seen in Burnaby with a homeless person killing an RCMP member. But those are the risks that we have. So that's why when people talk about the safety, we need to make sure that the risk assessments and the safety and the teams are appropriate. So we want to have paramedics part of the community action team. And where that fits naturally is the community paramedic program, which has never been expanded from rural and remote BC to urban and metro centers. That's where we can avert people from necessarily using an ambulance and have that secondary support and part of these teams. And the community paramedic program is a separate entity that's providing healthcare, wellness checks, support in the community, education around addictions and that. And that's been well served in rural and remote and Indigenous communities, but it's never been expanded to that. And that's where I'm going to ask you at the end of this for some areas where you can ask the government for support. And I'm meeting with the Mental Health and Addictions Minister, Jennifer Whiteside, and talking about exactly this. I've talked to your colleagues all over the province, and there's some communities that are well situated with councils that really want to step up and be pilots. Penticton, Nanaimo, Maple Ridge, some of the northern communities are perfectly, like yourselves, are perfectly situated to have community paramedics as part of that community action team. And I think that's where we can really make a difference. It's not just about putting more ambulances. We need people in the right care at the right time. And those are where we can really help. But that's going to require funding and a different additional program. And that's where ambulance services are not part of the municipality budgets. And I don't think any one of you, knowing how every community is interested in taking on a downloading of responsibilities, or well, not responsibilities, particularly the costs. And that's where I think that holding the provincial government accountable for providing ambulance services in each community and the BC Ambulance Service as their agent to provide the services you need and deserve for your citizens is really where my engagement and assistance, I've been able to work with a lot of communities, particularly through the enhancement from the on-call models to full-time. We recently, over the last year, since July 14th, when the minister announced a number of significant changes, including Chetwynd going to a full-time 24-hour ambulance in this area, the conversions in these additional ambulances in Fort St. John and here. But Dawson Creek needs another 24-hour ambulance at minimum to support the calls, the interfacility transfers, and just the volume. This is a large growing community that has a call volume that increased immensely. And we know that full-time positions work. The ministers, when we first started, when we first started the journey with the investment from the government into the ambulance service, we were about 30% 30% full-time of our 4,600 members and 70%. In September at UBCM, the Minister of Health announced that we are about 55% full-time and 45% on call. With the additional changes through the Rural and Remote and Indigenous Framework, we're approximately 70% now, full-time and 30%, which is really helping our ability to stabilize the ambulance service, and particularly with the investment in the northern communities that had not seen that for many years. But that's where I'm saying that we need to hold the government accountable, provide the funding to increase the resources to meet the call volumes that are growing and stabilize recruitment and retention. And having permanent full-time jobs with meaningful wages will do that. And I'm pleased to say I can't give you particulars, but this collective agreement that we've just signed will go a long ways to putting that foundation in place. And once we're able to share that in the next couple of weeks, I'm confident that that'll help with not only our recruitment issues, but the service delivery issues and our ability to retain paramedics and recruit them. I'm excited about it. But it's not going to address all our issues, the waits for ambulances and that. I'll quickly tie up. What can you do? What can we do to work together? What you can do is lobby the government for resources like an expanded community paramedic program that will be part of the community action plans. And that's a key thing, and I can help you with that, discuss how we can do that. I've talked to the ministries about that. They know what we're doing. We've got a follow-up with the package on what a community paramedic is and that, so I'll give you the resources around that. But how that could transition into a call referral system for addiction, mental health, and community support, which is desperately needed in urban and metro communities. Ensuring that we get the right resources and that meet the needs of your community, and that's going to require additional funding from the government and investment in continued investment, I guess is probably the best way, because they have invested a lot in the ambulance service, including in this Peace region. And really, at the end of the day, I think those are the key areas that we can work together. The other area that we need to do better, which has digressed over the years since we moved into health authorities, is the movement away from the integrated work we do with emergency preparedness. We've seen over the last couple of years significant major events that have affected this province. And we used to be able to work close with our partners in police and fire at the municipal level. You do a very good job of emergency preparedness and management. We need to integrate the ambulance service back into that model and training and preparedness, because we know when disasters tragically happen or major incidents, that training and working together to be prepared ensures the best possible success. Forest fire, flooding, heat domes, whatever it may be, major bus crashes. We work very well on the level of the front lines, but we need to be administratively and that's where the ambulance service provincially needs to integrate with the municipalities on emergency preparedness better. So those are the areas we can work together. Okay. And I'm really optimistic we can do that, but it's going to require holding the ambulance service accountable, holding us and our members accountable, and recognizing that they're part of the communities that we're in and that they're one of the 3 emergency public safety services, and we work very well with them, but we need to make sure that we continue to build that relationship.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Troy and team, for presenting to us and traveling up this way. And I'm lucky and glad that you missed the -40 weather. So
For sure.
Maybe I can open up to council if there's any questions. Councillor Parslow.
I did have a question, but the presenter said I'd have to wait a few weeks before you can release that information. But
I'll give you a little bit if you want.
Yeah, just give us a little bit, then I'll ask. Go ahead.
Yeah, so obviously I out of respect for the ratification process, it's standard procedure. We don't release particulars. But I think it's been well documented, if you've turned any media on, that over the last year, I've been very vocal about what the priorities are for addressing, and I've spoken of them already here. So I can assure you I would not be coming back and happy about a collective agreement unless I was confident those key issues were dealt with, particularly around rural and remote service delivery, recruitment, the precarious on-call model, but also the disparity in wages between us, our public safety partners, and across the country in paramedic services. So I'm very comfortable we were able to do that within the shared service mandate. That's why it was a difficult negotiations. But all these things are going to put us in place for a significant ability to a foundation to move forward. We're not going to fix the service delivery issues that have been 15, 20 years in the making overnight. But this is going to give us an opportunity to do that. I can assure you, we've addressed the on-call model issue. The $2 an hour is gone, assuming it gets ratified. But that's already been out there in the temporary measures that are in place, and we put in place in October. So those will be carrying on, assuming that. So there's some areas around that will really help your secondary on-call ambulances in places like here. But we do need to move ahead with more full-time. And I've been working closely with the Ministry of Health of continuing that progression to more full-time additional resources, because we have to meet that 8.59 minute national benchmark in all urban and metro areas, and we're not there. So that gives you a little bit, but we've also done some areas around local hiring recruitment that will allow us to recruit locally, and all those issues that really have put up some challenges around retention and recruitment. So it's harder in communities like this where there's other money opportunities. So when you're a medic in industry towns or the north, when you can make $500 a day as a medic in industry versus a couple $100 or even $100 on call for the ambulance service, it's just a matter of competitive nature. And that's really hurt us in industry towns and areas where people have choices. So we have to be competitive in that area, and that's a real reality of what we face.
Mm-hmm. So, thank you. I was just going to comment that the points you've made resonate with me, particularly the need for full-time. Make this a career, make this a high caliber service with that will attract people. I mean, part of the recruitment problem for many is often the conditions of work. It's often the disregard, or a big one is the frustration because of lack of service and lack of support. And I also particularly like the notion that we've had so many catastrophes, and we'll continue to see them, and the ambulance service needs to be an integrated part of that. Community planning.
Yeah, you've captured what I was trying to express today. We never even talked about the operational stressors. That's what's causing our mental health and psychological injuries, and that's another component that we have to. Stabilizing the ambulance service will help us with our significant mental health and psychological injuries, PTSD, all those sorts of things. And when you're talking about not being able to provide, paramedics and dispatchers love their job. We're like any public safety profession. We are dear to what we do. And it's not the bad calls that are causing us stress right now for the most part. It's the operational stressors, which can be fixed, and we need to change that. And these things will change that. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Any other councillors? Well, I had a few questions. Just one, when you started off saying that you have 4,600 members, what's is that a full team, or is it how short are you out of the 4,600? Is it 6,000 it should be at in a perfect world, or is it 4,600?
So right now we have conservatively about 750 actual vacancies in transition in that. But easily, we've calculated we could easily add 1,500 new members into the service, new recruits coming into the service to just bolster our ranks and make sure that all our ambulances are covered. 30% of our ambulances on average are parked every day across the province. A lot in the Lower Mainland, but it's communities all over the province, just because we don't have those secondary staff and that. So we need to, and that's a big recruitment. And I can tell you that training, as an area we've talked about, we need to move. There's a few academies to do that. We need to, and we've done a pretty good job of this. We need to move training to the community. The Peace region need to host training. So not everybody has to go to Vancouver or the major centers. So we need to move the training to the community so that we can recruit from those communities, because people aren't going to move to Vancouver to take a course to serve their community up here if we're looking to recruit. So that's been a deterrent. And I can tell you that there's some creative initiatives around training and that in this collective agreement, which will really help.
Nice. Yeah, I'm happy to see that you guys are seem to be being proactive and moving forward, and which is nice. So, and I like the idea too, like about, maybe having another division that deals with, mental illness. Cause even talking, with our fire department, we have our acting fire chief sitting here
I've seen
too.
that.
And our CMP, that's a big part of what it seems like everybody's dealing with a little bit. So to add an avenue, that can help, all services out seems to be, seems to be
Absolutely.
logical. So, and that's all I have really. I really wanted to, thank you for, sending the letter in to us and taking the time to come up here. I know it's a big journey. So, Councillor Parslow. Sometimes we don't let Councillor Parslow talk more than once, but we will today. So,
Well, whilst we have your presence here, I mean, there's one issue that is maybe it's peculiar to the Peace Country, I can't say, but the integration of the BC Ambulance Service, or the coordination, planning, interaction between the BC Ambulance Service and SARS. SARS are very...
I was waiting for this one.
Were you?
Well, I didn't have enough time to raise it, but yes, I am happy to chat about that.
Well, I mean, I've heard some stories, and I'm not going to repeat those stories in this public forum, right? But I get the impression that there is a bit of a integration of service issue. Am I correct in saying that? And what can you do to improve that? Because many of our workers...
At the bottom line, air
industrial
resources.
workers are in remote areas, and
Yeah.
SARS provides a very valuable service, as do you guys. And I'm just wondering if you guys can get on the same page.
So so it's not unique to the Peace Reaches. It's basically any area along the Alberta border. So the Kootenays, East Kootenay, Golden, and Craig is actually from Field. That's where he started, and he still lives in Field. So he's very familiar with these areas. So over the years, STARS has, as by their proximity, has responded into BC. So we have a mutual agreement because historically, we haven't had the air resources to get to these areas in a time, particularly Rotary. Through the recent Rural and Remote and Indigenous framework that added 55 and 5 resources which have now been all implemented into full-time. So the Premier in April of 2020, right when COVID started, announced 55 and 5 resources as part of the Rural and Remote and Indigenous framework for surge resources as a result of COVID. So he added 55 ground ambulances and 5 air ambulances. 2 of those were additional helicopters, 1 in Prince George and 1 in North Vancouver Island, and 3 air resources, Fort St. John, Prince George, and Kelowna. I think I got that right. And so those have all become permanent now throughout the province. So we now have a helicopter based out of Prince George, which is a huge, we have one in Kamloops, we have one in Prince Rupert, and the ones in Vancouver and the Vancouver Island. So the Kootenays and the Peace region are 2 key areas that are needing additional air Rotary resources. It's a large funding, and that's an area where we shouldn't be relying on a service from another province. We should be providing the service to our communities that is under the provincial hand. It's just one of those things that has not expanded. So we have a mutual aid agreement with Alberta. STARS is a completely different model. They use a physician and nursing and paramedic model, and it's a nonprofit, highly funded by donations and that. In BC, you have a critical care. Our helicopters are staffed by critical care paramedics, which is the highest level of paramedics, as well as our planes are. And what that means is that they're able to respond to scenes, inter-hospital transfers, and that. So we need to ensure that everybody in the province has access to critical care in their time of need. We moved a lot of patients from the north during COVID. I talked to the paramedics that flew those patients. When you're in PPE in the back of a plane or a helicopter for 12, 16 hours a day, it was a lot of work. We moved a lot of patients from rural and remote, and that was the resources of that. But we need to ensure that we we already have an integrated response, but to say we want to bring in a model like Alberta, that's not what BC's model is. Our paramedics at CCP are the highest trained and the equivalent to what they do in Alberta. Our model is that they're the best ones. We need to make sure we have their model works very well, and I absolutely have a great relationship with our STARS partners. But at the end of the day, if we need additional air resources in BC, including the Peace region, we need to make sure that they're available and put in place. And that's another area that we need to say, how are we doing this? For the Peace, how are you going to service us? What are the long-term plans to make sure? Same with Cranbrook. Cranbrook and you guys are in the East Kootenays, and you guys are in the same sort of scenario, I would say, because STARS out of Calgary goes into the East Kootenays, and then the Alberta. I think Grand Prairie might even have a base now, so it's pretty close. So unless they're going to support a base here, really, it's or in the Peace region here. I mean, it's really something that long-term comes down to funding and a will by government to fund it. And that's where you can ask those questions as councils, or, if you get together with your partners in the Peace region and you have a lot of strengths to lobby through the provincial government for services like that, but additional resources for 24-hour ambulance in Dawson Creek and other resources, a community paramedic that can respond as part of the community team. Those are things that are under the provincial mandate responsibility of the Ministry of Health, but ultimately the ambulance service. But they're governed by funding, obviously, and direction. And so when we're talking about estimates and UBCM, that's where you can really lobby the provincial government for these type of services that your citizens deserve.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. Thank you. So, some more questions. Yeah, I just want to thank you, and I feel like there was a bit of an ask from you to us, but maybe a little vague, saying that you would work with us on in some areas. So, I don't know if it would work. Maybe moving forward that we could work together on what we could help you with, and then I could bring something back to council as a specific ask. Or I don't know if you.
Yeah. I think we could set up a little more of get into a little more detail what we can do. I've worked with many mayors and councils across the province. Revelstoke is a good example where we were able to really work with the ministry on the conversion of their on-call ambulance to full-time, and that ultimately implemented the 26 that were implemented last year by efforts of actually Revelstoke, Kimberley, and Golden were parts, and recently Valemont and Nakusp and Sparwood were converted, and that was a direct result of the local stakeholders really working with the Ministry of Health and us to lobby the efforts to ensure additional resources for those communities. So I'm happy to sit down with you, and we can sort of, or your staff or whoever, and sort of draft what you're looking for in your ask, so that I can articulate a little more. Yeah.
Okay. No, I think that's perfect. I think at the end of the day, we all want the same thing, and we know that the service here is, has suffered a little bit with staffing, and it's tough. So if we can be a voice and help, get that to a better situation, that's what we all want. So, yeah.
Thank you for the extra time. I know I probably went over.
Yeah,
I tend to yabber a lot.
Yeah. No, that's fine. You guys traveled a long way, so we appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to take a 10-minute recess. So. This is 2.4. We have Mr. Mike Michalto, the Senior Provincial Executive Director, and Mr. Jonathan Bernaz. Is that right? Sorry. The Manager, Northeast District, BC Emergency Health Services in attendance, reason the local ambulance staffing operations for Dawson Creek and surrounding areas. So welcome. And it was nice to meet you both.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much.
Could you just push your button on the mic there? Perfect. There you go. The floor is all yours.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for having us. I see just before us you had our president of our union, QP 873, and was happy to sit in the back and listen to some of the positive messaging coming out. Certainly for BC Emergency Health Services, it's been a transition year, 2 years. And so at this juncture, I think they shared with you, we've successfully completed bargaining with them, and we're waiting for ratification of a new collective agreement. So in that, there's a lot of opportunities, wishes that were on both sides of the fence that'll move our service forward. And unfortunately, as Mr. Clifford articulated, not able to comment on it. But if this meeting had occurred 2 weeks from now, probably would have had some very positive news to share with you. So I'm very optimistic. So my name is Mike Michalko. I'm a Senior Executive Director with BCHS. I've been with the organization for 38 years. I reside in Prince George. Spent 20 years as a field paramedic and flight paramedic, at which point went to the dark side on the management side, and have remained in the north for all of my career because near and dear to me is rural and remote. So my portfolio right now covers very specifically all of Interior Health's area. So as I like to articulate, anything beyond hope is ours, and very proud of it. At which point I've worked in just about every community in the north. And so it's given me a good perspective to support our staff. I also would like to acknowledge that we have our unit chief from your Dawson Creek station with us today, Mr. Stephen Thompson. And at which point look forward to council working with him and John as we go forward, and really appreciate the opportunity to present on a regular agenda item throughout the year and engage you as a community. Pause there. We don't have a formal presentation that we got up for you today, but Stephen's going to walk through, John will walk through some detail about Dawson Creek and area, and then I'm on the provincial side. I can address any questions the council may have.
Okay, great, thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So as Mike alluded to, my name's John, and Burgess is the pronunciation, but that was very close, Mr. Mayor. It's usually a lot worse pronunciation than that. I am brand new to this role as well as to BC. I've only been in this role since middle of September. I'm originally from Ontario and also spent a little bit of time in Nunavut working with their fire department and ambulance service. I do live just outside of your community. A little aside, you do a very good job of marketing yourself, because I could have chose to live anywhere in the northeast district when I relocated my family here, and Dawson Creek was our choice, and I have not looked back on it since. We felt very welcome in your community, and you as council have done a magnificent job with your community and marketing yourselves. A little bit of the particulars of Dawson Creek. That's an exciting news is that we are adding an enhancement to the Dawson Creek station. So currently you have what is known as one Alpha car, or 24-hour coverage, as well as a Bravo car, which is an 11-hour day car coverage. We've already given our staff 90 days notice that we're changing that Bravo car into another Alpha. So you will have 2 full-time day cars as well as 2 full-time night cars as soon as we can get staffing in place. The anticipated start of that is the end of March or into early April, as well as having one pager backup car 24 hours a day. So if fully staffed, you would have 2 full-time cars and 1 backup pager car, 24-hour hours a day in your community. Some successful local news as well, and a lot of that, because I'm new to my position, is from Stephen's hard work as the unit chief. Is we've hired 9 new paramedics into the station, 7 of which are local people. So we're really working hard to recruit local people into the ambulance service. We've been doing a fantastic job, and that is something also that we can improve upon. We are having a station open house January 17th? 19th, thank you, Stephen, from 11 to 4, working with our talent acquisition group to try to bring people in to see all the amazing work that our local paramedics do, and how really obtainable getting into this career is right now. If you have a Class 4 license, we'll hire you as a driver only and then provide training to an EMR level. There's lots of bursaries and actual local PCP programs right now. There is PCP programs part-time being offered at the local college. So there is a lot of accessibility for training currently within the community, and a lot of our EMRs currently are upgrading to the PCP program in Dawson Creek and not having to go out of community to upgrade. And finally, Troy, it was not a false fact. About 30% of our ambulances sitting empty on any given day, but Dawson Creek truly has been a success story in the province as well as the Northeast. In the last 6 months, our staffing for our full-time car has been sitting at 93%, and that's from the hard work of your paramedics and unit chief to make sure that that car is staffed and running, and 93% would be an envy of a lot of communities. Should we be at 100%? Absolutely. We're working on it. As well, I should have mentioned with that enhancement of going the Bravo to the Alpha car, that's an additional four permanent full-time and 3 irregular full-time positions that are coming to your community. So that's some of the local news that's happening. It's pretty positive. I'm pretty confident we're going to fill those full-time positions in the next few weeks because Dawson Creek is a desirable station to work at. So that's some of the local going-ons right now.
Thank you.
So maybe I'll just pick up for a couple of items. Key focuses of my leadership team and portfolio. Obviously, the last 2 years, Mr. Clifford articulated what I call some of the challenges that have been in the organization. Environmental disasters, unprecedented in this province, combined with the opioid crisis, which no community is immune to. Also followed through with COVID and the challenges that were presented. Really rocked our service and system in a positive way and a negative way. We've seen, as you heard, unprecedented call volume increases created by these events and health needs as a whole. And in the background, our need to respond. Behind that, the healthcare system is also challenged right now with providing service. So by default, a lot of that lands on our service. We see those increased needs for longer interfacility transfers. The public having to reach out further to secure specialty services. So, we've enhanced, you heard him talk about the 55-5, adding 55 ambulances and 5 aircraft to the system. That was to meet some of those demand needs. The aircraft are permanently in place right now. We have a rotor wing, and Prince George he alluded to. What we don't have is the infrastructure to support the rotor wing. I'll start with, I need to put staffing in place. But the next piece is that ability to use that aircraft and reach out. And so an example, healthcare facilities used to have helipads. They don't anymore. And so we can't just land a helicopter at a healthcare facility like Mackenzie or Tumbler Ridge or even here. And so as we reach out, it's a long-term strategy. And certainly we'll need to work on that strategy about how to enhance the use of those tools that we currently have. Behind that, recruitment's number one. My team focuses exclusively. Mr. Clifford was not far off in saying 800 staff vacancies right now. We just posted an additional net new 180 positions 3 weeks ago, and we were still filling postings from 3 months ago. So our staff right now are busy moving around. The good news is, I think if you're a paramedic in the system and you were recruited under our old system and had to go to Vancouver, to start your full-time career, every opportunity to come home now. And so we're seeing a lot of our paramedics in Vancouver come back to their base home communities where they started, and that transition is still underway. We just closed up a posting, and at which point I expect for the 200 plus positions, most of them are going to be internal shuffles, people trying to land where they want to be, which is the good news. I am all for people coming home to where they want to, fulfill their career and work and live. So the bad news, of course, is that leaves me at the end of the day with some vacancies at the other end that we need to recruit to. And we're going to continue to recruit and staff. And we also have to backfill our base community. So as many of you are aware, we subscribed to a model before where we had casual on-call employees. We are still doing that. We still need those people in our system, and they still support the full-time infrastructure. So as much as, John's alluded to a 93% vacancy or fulfillment rate, only 7% out of service, when I get community staffing in place, that's who fills that gap when our full-time staff are off sick, vacation, or whatever the circumstance is. So we still have a journey to go. I expect I'll be at this for at least another 6 months before I'll say the churn ends, and we'll know where the model is. The good news, bad news is, of course, bargaining just finished, and I have no doubt there'll be a lot more enhancements coming and a lot more opportunity for full-time employment as well as more permanent, regularly scheduled employment. So we've got a big journey in front of us. The second initiative that my team's working on is health and wellness, particularly the mental health side. I heard Mr. Clifford speak to the occupational stress injuries. And yes, we subject our people to things most people don't see in the day course of their employment. It is part of our job, but it shouldn't be just accepted as part of that. And so we'll be enhancing a lot of supports through government and support. We'll be building an entire arm of our organization dedicated to employee wellness. And when I say dedicated, we're all responsible for it. It's not right front and center in my portfolio, but now we're going to have a division within our service. I expect by the end of the year, we'll be well over 5,000 employees. And so that's a substantial workforce to look after. There's a lot of initiatives underway. The next quick comment, training. We acknowledge through COVID, our training schools, the Justice Institute, a number of other had to shut down, put us behind in our recruitment and training and what we do to recruit people from those institutions, and at which point they're all up and running and working at max. They've stepped up, government has stepped up, and at which point we expect we'll see the fruits of those labors in the following year, 2023. The good news is training does occur here in this in the Peace Country. You have training schools where if I'm over in the northwest side of my portfolio, there's no training organizations over there, and the staff do need to travel. So there's some very good sunshine on this side of the Rockies, and at which point I'm very optimistic your local training agencies here that are certified will carry on and continue to train employees. The next item, we implemented a model of standard of care in your neighboring towns such as Chetwynd, Tumbler Ridge, Hudson Hope. We know that model wasn't landed well. We also know that it didn't fit for operations. I was at the forefront understanding the challenges of something that was created to create full-time employment and stability. It came with too many challenges, and so optimistically that will be dealt with through this bargaining process. Mr. Clifford just shook my hand in the hallway and said it's going to be good. So I'll take that away and pause there. And John, if you've got some more comments, or open for your floor.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have anything to add. Thanks, Mike. So any questions from council?
Okay, thank you both very much for your presentation and informing us on everything that's going on. So I'll open it up to council. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you guys for coming to visit with us today, and I hope you enjoy your time here from Prince. This a couple things. The open house on the 19th. Can you is that just for people who are looking to be prospective employees of EMS, or is it a public engagement endeavor where the public can come and learn about what you do?
I would argue that the public could come and see what we
Okay.
do, because anybody in the public is a potential new recruit for us, and we really want to show off the work that your amazing local paramedics do. So, yeah.
Cool. If you could provide that to our administration so we can get a reminder for it. If I can pop by at lunch, I'll certainly do that. And you mentioned something just curious to me, access to helipads at hospitals. Is that something that's, gone out of fashion for a particular reason? Because I do remember growing up in Mackenzie, there was the helipad at the hospital and here previously, and that no longer seems to be. Is it just, it's not some logistical reason, a cost factor? Is it something that communities should be advocating for still, like pushing back against? No, without putting you in a tough spot.
Nope,
Okay,
it's an easy
good,
spot.
good.
Happy to answer it.
Okay.
So I worked in Mackenzie 20 years ago, very familiar with the pad that used to touch the station that was there and the hospital. The world has changed, Transport Canada. So back in the day, we practiced a lot of things that probably weren't best practice. Transport Canada changed rules. I can land on a highway as a spot one time. But if I go back there more than twice to the same spot, it now subscribes to some rules under Transport Canada. So at the end of the day, the use of a helipad and having a heli spot are all governed by Transport Canada regulations. Fencing, lighting, windsocks, clearance distances, approaches, and then maintenance. So this is all in the federal realm. It's very expensive now to operate and maintain a helipad. And of course, no fault of the health authorities. As the regs changed, we didn't have a dedicated rotor wing within BCHS here. We use ad hoc for the last 25, 30 years of my career, including STARS, and they come in and they typically fly into the airport. And when they go to the airport, we then ground the patient to the care facility or back out to the airport. It's not ideal. So moving forward through COVID, we had the opportunity and secured a rotor wing, which we've never had. And now we need to start building the infrastructure behind it, given that the rotor wing should stay in Prince. Ideally, to expand that program would carry on, but you want to start putting infrastructure in place to support that. There was no
Yeah.
need for the last 15
And,
years.
and part of the reason for me asking is we are set to have a new hospital here in Dawson Creek over the next few years.
Yep.
So if it would behoove us to advocate for that infrastructure, it'd be good to know.
I think it would behoove us to plan for it and then see what's possible. No, I don't make light of it. Not everything is easy to solve, but I think we need to put it on the table and see if it's an option for sure.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Earl. Anybody else? Any other councillors? Councillor Parslow?
Yes, and I must apologize possibly to council if I re-asked a question that was asked. This is to do with helicopters and landing at airports, landing at hospitals. The helicopter service is very important because of the isolation of many of the work sites. I've had relatives benefit from a helicopter flown by BC Ambulance Service people, land on the road in front of their home and take them to the Royal Columbia Hospital, where they landed, I believe, on the roof. It's common practice. What is it about Northern Health, and is it maybe true for Interior Health, that is a concern about helicopters actually landing at the hospital?
So again, governed by Transport Canada for aircraft safety. So outside of my wheelhouse is my easy answer for you about what all needs to involve. What I can tell you is Kamloops, Royal Inland, had a rooftop helipad, doesn't meet Transport Canada standards. And they had to carve off a piece of land behind the hospital for us to land on to meet the regulations. So it's not easy and straightforward answer I can give you. It's, again, not my area of expertise. I just know that if we're going to build it, it has to be built and maintained properly for us to use it. And so as a result, we default to airports, which are approved, and or helicopter companies. So, you know, we'll land anywhere that is within Transport Canada regulations. And you're absolutely right. We have the ability on a one-off in an emergency situation to land at a scene. It's more difficult when you're coming back and I'm flying over your home every day and it's not safe for me to land somewhere. So the Kelowna General, we actually land on the roof at their site. So again, it's very variable and governed by Transport Canada. That's not our side of the house. I don't build helipads or heli sites. I don't maintain them. I contract our aircraft and a service provider, and most of our fixed wing and aircraft start at an airport.
This is a big issue amongst my friends who are in the oilmen's groups, North Peace and South Peace, because we did have a landing capacity here at the Dawson Creek Airport, not on the roof, but at a pad. I got the impression when we were engaged a little bit with the discussions concerning the design of the North Peace Hospital in Fort St. John, that it came across to me that there was no solid rationale why a helipad, whether it be on the ground or on a roof, was not part of that design. We have a new hospital being built here in Dawson Creek. Where it's being located seems to be plenty of land around it for a helicopter to land. And we know that when you're dealing with emergencies, time is of an essence. And a transfer from Dawson Creek Airport to a BC ambulance that then has to get back to the hospital just wastes valuable time.
Not in disagreement. There's opportunities there to make system improvements.
So just one supplementary, because I had a friend benefit from the BC ambulance helicopter out of Prince Rupert. Does that land at a helipad associated with the hospital, or is it at the airport on the island?
Of interest, I have a station on the hospital grounds. I have a helipad behind the station, but that aircraft actually starts down in Seal Cove. So it's a blended operation. I don't support the aircraft at that helipad site. So it's a little different, but yes, there are some areas where we can still fly into, and their pads meet Transport Canada. In the Fort St. John position, when they were planning for the hospital, I had no dedicated aircraft, And I'm sure that filtered into the decision about how much money to spend when they built that hospital. Now that I have a dedicated resource, and if I were to increase those resources, we'd want to look at a more dynamic plan for what that needs and what the infrastructure should be to support that. So if for some reason we dedicated a rotor wing up in, I don't care, Fort St. John, Dawson Creek, I'd want to have all the surrounding services available so that I can get maximum use out of it. I will comment that rotor wing is very challenging. I know it's the easy thing to do, but when your flight times are 9 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon in the winter, it's a very expensive resource, and that's why we've always just used them as an ad hoc, and we've tapped on the local resources. Is it better having my own? Yes. If I could land one here for you to go and have a look at that we've outfitted, it's a thing of joy for the medics to work out of. It's good for patient care. It's an aircraft that is dedicated to us, so it's like the back of an ambulance.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other questions? I don't have any either. I think both councillors asked everything I was. I just wanted to thank you, both of you, all three of you, for coming in and giving us an update, and want to welcome you, Jonathan, to our community, and we're happy to have you here, and glad to hear that it's been going well for you. And yeah, if you can get that information for January 19th. Unfortunately, myself and Councillor McDonald, we're out of town for a conference next week, so we won't be able to attend, but if we can get it to council, and if staff or anybody wants to come over, that would be great. So yeah, so thank you very much.
Just before we go, I do have a request to council. Part of my challenge with my team is getting out and engagement. When you're so busy every day working on the front end, supporting the medics and the patients, we forget about some of our other stakeholders. I would like the opportunity to come and meet with council again. I'd like to open it up for Stephen and John. If you have any questions, he resides here. He is our voice and our excluded manager for the area. And at which point, if you would invite him periodically, or if he could ask to be on your agenda, he's happy to provide updates of what we're working on. I think, had this meeting occurred 2 weeks from now, we'd be messaging out the benefits of our bargaining and where we're going. I would suggest in mid-February, we'll probably have a pretty good idea. Hopefully the union will have the ratification tour done. We'll know what we're transitioning to in the next year, and council may be interested in it. So we may ask for another session with you, if that's all right.
Yeah, no, for sure. Anytime, please just ask. So yeah.
Okay.
I was basically just going to echo what Mike said, in that I'm available to council, and if you have any requests for information or to meet with you, and especially in a couple of weeks, to hopefully be able to provide you some good news about what comes out of collective bargaining. And I'm also working to meet with the other stakeholders in the area, notably your fire department and RCMP and hospital, and trying to just work together to make to improve upon the solid foundation that's already in Dawson Creek. So
Perfect. We appreciate that. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, our next order of business is 2.5. Mr. Alex Reshny and Mr. Joe Hauber from the South Peace Mile Zero Park Society in attendance. Reason conversation of Splash Park to Mistig Park. So welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mayor Dober, councillors, city staff that are present, plus the city staff that isn't here. I am Alec.
If you'd like a clicker to move your.
No, because I wouldn't know how to use it. I'm not electronic. We'll let you use it.
Like your honesty.
Sure?
Yes. I have trouble turning on my phone. Or off. I'm Alec Reshny I'm president of South Peace Mile Zero Park Society, and with me is the vice president, Joe Hauber. I moved here in 1992, and I can honestly say it was one of the best moves out of about 7 different ones I've had in my life, and this is home. I won't be using a whole bunch of acronyms as some of the ones in the past, because the only one I'll be using probably is MOPS instead of South Peace Mile Zero Park Society, Mile Zero Park Society. And we kind of keep mopping up out there, cleaning up the place. So I have to say, we've had a really great working relationship with the city over the past years. And we've been able to get a lot of things accomplished that we would not have got done without help or assistance in some way. And mostly it's been in equipment use that we can't justify owning out there, but we have had use of the city's equipment to do the work. And both Joe and I are fairly good operators on most things, and he can operate a lot more construction equipment than I can, but I sure have fun trying. So we're here today to discuss our plans for 2023 in regards to the operation of the existing splash pad, which is a recycle system. This was built way back in an addition in 2016 to the Rotary Lake, and it was basically designed for 1 to 8 year olds and not a standalone of what it's being used today. And it's from 1 to adults being out there on a fairly consistent basis that we see them on that pad. So the system is extremely high cost maintenance with chlorine, acid, electrical components, like the controller that needs replacing probably this spring at $8,500, plus all the labor costs, which I will go through. Last year in 2022, we received $50,000 to operate the recreation park for the summer. Our cost at year end was just under $70,000. We're not here to ask for the shortfall. Would be nice, but you guys have helped out in so many other ways that, as I mentioned earlier, we won't be asking. We were in operation last year for approximately 100 days due to the hot, dry summer, from June the 1st to September the 5th. We had a total of about 5,600 people using the splash pad over them 100 days. Anytime the splash pad is open, we need to have a staff member in attendance, even if it's only being used by one person. We need to have staff member, or it's because of Northern Health regulations that we have to have somebody sit there beside the sea can. If there's one person, and they might not even be using the splash pad, they're there and might use it. So there were times, especially towards the end of the season, where I'd be down there volunteering. One family, a couple of children would show up. We still needed to have a staff member sit there, and they didn't even use the splash pad. They'd go over, hit the start button, and run away before they got wet. Like it was just, but we still had to have the person sit there 10 hours a day. So this past summer, we went through approximately 1,000 gallons a day for the 100 days. At the beginning of the season, we could only get about 4 to 5 hours without shutting down to drain the whole system, flush it, clean it, as it was too contaminated by health regulations and our own water testing. Cleaning and refilling was approximately 3 to 4 hours each time, so you know how long it was shut down for. We did add an outside shower with a cement walkway to the splash pad and about 8 yards of gravel underneath the cement sidewalk to basically get it up high enough so when they washed themselves that there was no contamination going back to the pad. We've added also 4 containers for feet rinsing and a tank on the deck of where the underground tank is, our recycle tank, which we could refill with treated water while the splash pad was being used down. So it cut down our shutdown time to just over an hour. Between 1 and 2 hours a day is what it would take to basically clean and flush. This also got us a full day and sometimes up to 2 days without shutting down, depending on the amount of users. If it didn't look like we'd get through the second day by our water testing, we would clean it in the morning before startup. In order to clean it, we needed 2 people. And one of those was on overtime because we only had one who had confined space tickets to go down and has to go down in the tank after it's totally emptied out with 2 sump pumps Scrub all the walls down from all the sunscreen oils plus anything else that is washed down in the tank. Sanitize it, vacuum out the tank before we can start to refill it. So on the top of the tank, we'd have a tank sitting with about 500 to 700 gallons of treated water, and we'd be dumping it in through a 3-inch pipe, plus water from the main system going into the tank so we could shut this thing down as little as possible. So the average day, we spent 12 to 14 hours a day there for an average of 13 hours a day, because 10 hours a day was strictly for sitting there on guidance, and then in about an hour every morning we had to pressure wash the whole pad, and then the other 2 hours was basically the tank flushing and cleaning. So our current system pumps at 216 gallons a minute, recycling our tank every 4 minutes, as if we were to convert this to a flow-through at 216 gallons, it would be 129,600 gallons every 10 hours, approximately 1 million gallons a week with what the shower uses, or 13 million gallons for the summer. I don't think our community citizens would be very happy if they knew we were dumping 13 million gallons through that system every summer, especially those that want to water their gardens and say no. So, plus, we would need to convert it to what we have right now to a flow-through. We would have to dig in a supply line, 3 or 4 inches, whatever a fire hydrant supplies, plus have a pump to add the extra water pressure to it. So this isn't feasible in my opinion, because it just isn't feasible out there to start doing all that kind of work when there's other things available. The cost of treating the water is approximately $1.81 per minute, or $108,600 for the 100 days. So basically not quite $110,000 just to treat the water, if it was a flow-through. We are proposing to switch the system to a misting pad from the present system to a flow-through system, which uses 40 gallons a minute, which is not even 20% of what we would use, which is the city supply line through a 1.5-inch line at 40 PSI, which we actually have right now in our existing CCAN building. So we basically hook up to the line we have in there that's feeding our system today, and we could be back in operation if it was a flow-through misting pad. This system would use approximately 20% or 2.5 million gallons over the 100 days, a saving of 87,000 in treated water. At present, we're spending an average of 13 days. By switching to a misting pad flow-through, we can reduce it to about 3 hours a day, a saving of 10 hours a day at $45 an hour, which is roughly our cost of labor, 45,000 in 100 days, for a total saving of 132,000 a year between the water and the labor savings. So, cost to switch this over to a flow-through misting pad is 121,000 for the parts only. I don't know the cost of doing the labor, because I'm still waiting for an email to come back to tell me what all is involved, but we're guessing roughly 40 to 60,000 for local contractors. There might be some we can do ourselves. We don't know that. We are planning to approach NDIT for a grant to help, which is usually 70% of the cost. What we are asking is the city to cover the balance of the conversion cost, and we're trying to figure out what we're trying to figure out is how can we purchase the parts for the 121,000 and not affect our grant. Like, if the city could purchase it and then we purchase it from them, or if there's some way we could get them parts to us so that when spring hit, we could get the job done and have it switched over before June the 1st. So, because by the time the grant gets approved, we're basically struggling with deadlines. And then, of course, the park doesn't get switched over, and I don't know if we'll be able to operate the way we have. I know we won't be able to carry on as we did this past summer. Workers are hard to find. We only have 3 people on the maintenance side, which looks after that splash pad. And we only had Mondays where we had all 3 there at the same time. With 13 hours a day to look after the splash pad, 4 to 5 hours to look after the RV park, which is our money generator. It leaves about 8 hours a week to look after Pioneer Village grounds, which was usually 1 hour each morning, watering flowers and whatever. We did have 4 workers 3 different times this past summer. One lasted a full day, and the longest one made it several weeks. So we're struggling with the labor end too. Without volunteers, including myself, Joe, and others, we would have had to close last year. I'll get this to turn. The splash pad for 2 to 3 days a week. This would have caused the phones to ring at City Hall nonstop, and I know because Blair used to call me when the phone started to ring because we were shutting down for a clean out. Plus excessive Facebook harassment. Thank God for no rain. It helped. We had no grass to cut or maintain, so we were able to keep everybody there. In the future, we would like to add a second misting pad for basically the 8-year-olds to adults with a cement walkway between the two. We would like to also add a playground that is designed more towards 10-year-olds to adults, because what we've got right now is basically 8-year-olds and under, misting or splash pad and a playground. We don't have a family gathering place. So we'd like to make this place back to a family gathering place. With the lake gone, basically, or $1 or $2 million loss to the community. There's also some other things which you will hear about later, but I'd like to thank you, and we can go through that slide of what it's going to look like. And
we have the lights in?
That there vapor arc is basically what the misting pad is, and if you could read the fine print underneath it, it tells you all the different exercises the kids would go through. We've been chasing this misting pad for 2 years with the people that built the pad with 0 results, but I did get in touch with Habitat Systems out of Kelowna and since last summer, and we've worked hard with lots of emails going back and forth, and this is basically what we have come up with for what we'd like to change it over to. It isn't going to have the water pressure that we did, but that's every one of those spots would be a mister. I did a lot of research over the last year and a half, and Ardrossan County in Alberta was the one that said that they are busy looking at changing a lot of theirs in their county to misting because of the cost of putting chlorinated water through a system, the water wastage, which is a very big commodity in our environment. And so, in Dawson Creek, I mean, it's pretty precious to not be pumping 13 million gallons of water. And our system is small. Like I look at Fort St. John and go, man, like the amount of chlorinated water they treat and just dump is actually, it's crazy. Anyway, if there is any questions or concerns, we would sure like to hear them. I don't know if I can answer them all. Might not be able to answer any, but I would be glad to try. And if I can't, we'll try to get answers for you.
Perfect. Thank you, Alex, and thanks, Joe. First off, I just want to thank you for coming in and presenting, but also I just want to thank you for what you do in our community. And yourselves, there's a lot of citizens in our community that go above and beyond the call of duty and are giving back and making change and making Dawson a better place. So to me, this is what it's about, is all of us contributing to make our city a better city and our area. So I just really want to thank both of you and your organization for what you guys do and for what you've done down there. So and I'm going to open it up to council. So Council McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for coming in, and I'll agree with His Worship. Thank you so much for all you do for our community. My question is, if we were to switch to a misting park, is that going to be able to increase the number of users that'll be able to use that space on a daily basis?
Yes, it sure will, because right now, if we had to operate another year like we did last year, we'll be shut down for probably, if it was a normal summer, we'd be shut down 2 to 3 days a week. The other thing is there's no shutdown if we switch it to misting flow through, we won't have to shut down. It can be open 10 hours a day. We have been opening it at 10. We could possibly open it at 9. We close down at 8 and lock up gates at 9 o'clock. So it would be a nonstop usage for the full day, every day that, other than lightning storms or thunderstorms, we have to go out there and shut the system down. Last year we had to shut down because some kid was throwing rocks on it, and the attendant got up and said, like, you have to stop your child from doing this. She said, you've got no signage saying we can't. And I've been told that he's been abusive. I've sat there with him, and he went in, hit the switch, and just went out and announced, until we have the children under control, we can't turn this water park back on, and went and sat in his chair leaning against the building. I mean, I wouldn't have quite addressed it that way, but I'm from the old school, so.
If I might, in
Yes.
regards to your question there, the amount of people that can be on the splash pad at one time, no, that won't change.
It wouldn't change.
That part won't
Okay.
change, no.
And then we have to have that attendant there all the time?
As per Northern Health regulations, because it's a recycle system, so if a diaper drops, a person scrapes his knee, there's a little bit of blood.
Right, but if we switch to the misting,
Misting
with
and
the flow through, you
misting
would
and flow
not
through,
have to
then-
have
then
the
no,
attendant at all?
No attendant. We'd be
Okay.
down to basically cleaning the pad in the morning and then doing a periodically check about every hour or every 2 hours. Somebody would have to go down and make sure that everything is operating okay. And
Even though you might still have that children throwing rocks or.
it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter because it's just flow through water.
Just flows through then.
That is the whole concern with it now, is because the water might become contaminated. That's why somebody has to be there to shut it down.
Okay.
And so once it goes to a flow through, then the waters go, so that whole issue is no longer there, so.
Okay.
And that would allow a lot more people to use
Yes.
it on a consistent
Yeah,
basis.
absolutely.
Instead of sitting on the sidelines, because we've had people show up, 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, and we're shut down cleaning it, and they've got to be back home in 2 hours while we're just finishing it, so they really haven't had a chance to use it. And where this here would just allow constant use for the full 10 hours.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow.
I want to say how much I appreciated what the words the mayor used to describe both these guys and the entire board. Yes, they make this, people like this make our community. It's been my pleasure to be the liaison person to this society for 11 years or so now. And so I'm glad you said what you said, because they fully deserve it. They don't just talk, they work. And they put in hundreds of hours of volunteer time. And the guys on this committee and the ladies, they all have different skills. And and I know that when Alex said he appreciated the city's interaction with the city, that's heartfelt as well, because the city staff have always talked about in a super positive way, and so it's a good relationship. If I was, and I appreciate Kyle's questions, because they were very important questions to give a picture of the challenge that this society is facing. Alex didn't mention, you may reasonably ask questions about how about the finances of the Mile Zero Park Society. And Alex, you may want to just briefly talk about the big financial challenge in rescuing the Pioneer Village roofs, because I think that's important for council to be aware So thank you for your time. I'm not going to speak anymore.
Okay.
I will
Thank you,
address
Councillor
that
Parslow.
in our next
Okay.
On the
All right.
next
discussion.
All
Okay,
right.
perfect.
Covered.
Okay.
Thank you for the reminder.
Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you guys for coming to speak with us today. I just have, I mean, it would appear what motivates you to bring it before us at this point is so that if council approves it, we've got time to get the facility ready for next summer. It does, I think, and I pose this question through you to staff, Your Worship. We've got a new recreation master plan on the way that will inform many of the decisions we make about public recreation facilities in the coming years. And I that's my one concern is we're kind of waiting on that to make some big pivots around this. I don't know where this fits into it, but just if we get some insight from staff on where we stand on that and when we can expect to see it and how this proposal might fit into that. I know we've okayed and we've got it coming based on the draft budget, equipment for playgrounds to be refreshed throughout the community in the coming years. And I do believe that the park is included in that potentially, but I'm not sure how the splash pad necessarily factors into this. And the one concern is, as they mentioned, there is a sense of urgency if we're going to have it functioning as intended for next year.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Kevin?
Yeah, so through your worship, in this particular case, I guess the first thing we need to note is that it's an existing facility, so it's there. I think what we're hearing is they just want to make some changes to make it better utilized, more efficient, less costs incurred, easier to operate. So, I think from that perspective, that doesn't really affect the parks master plan per se, because it's not an ad, it's just, a revamp of what's already there. I'll let Shante speak to more specifically what, the plan may say about water features themselves, if any.
Through your worship, so what we planned, the report is coming in 2 weeks for a presentation for mayor and council. It will be a bit of a draft form still, so if you have some changes that you'd like to make in there. What we put was $1.25 million in for 2023 to do a placeholder, and within that was an outdoor covered facility and 2 playgrounds, because we have not had any playgrounds for the last 20 years. Within the report, it does state that water facilities, a water park people are very interested in having that in our community, a hub in our community, and playgrounds. So those are areas that will be placed in that presentation when Ed's group comes and presents in 2 weeks. But that placeholder is 1.25 million, and we put in 2 playgrounds. One was tentatively put for Kin Park, and the other one is tentatively put for the Mile Zero Park group there. But if council so chooses to change those, that's up to them. But we just put them in as this placeholder, so we had something that we could be moving forward, because we didn't want to wait another year.
Thank you, Shante. Councillor Sudnick?
Thank you guys for all the work you do out there. You had mentioned 5,600 users. How do you keep track of users out there to get that number?
Next year, we won't be able to, but when you have to have a person sit there leaning against the side of the sea can, everybody that comes through the gate, they have a tally, and they've got a second tally that when they go on the splash pad. So and as they leave, they know kind of who's going on and who's going off. But that's one of the things that occupies their mind for 10 hours a day.
Counting people, okay.
Which, I did sit in for them while they were doing other work in the village last year for about an hour. And when they came back, they said, "Well, Alec, how do you like that?" And I said, "If I never have to do this again, it'll be too soon."
Okay, and just a follow-up question, if I can. With the, if the equipment does come and with the urgency to get this done before the season opens, not knowing how much it's going to cost for installation, what's required for installation, and even if there's a local contractor that can do that, what does that look like?
I am thinking that some of it we'll probably be able to do ourselves, like remove the existing toys and do the conversion. We'll probably do most of the hookup ourselves inside, The electrical work, of course, we'd have to let somebody else do. And really we'd basically disconnect what we have in there because we've got 2 pumps running in there, a sand filter system. It's very, there's a lot of equipment in there that wouldn't get used again, but it's also very expensive to keep running. Like we've got 2 ultraviolet sensors in there, $1,000 each time one of them fails. Why do they fail? I don't know. We've had one come, and once we installed it, of course, there's no warranty. It never did work, but we just set that $1,000 aside and then spent another $1,000. So it just, it's a much more expensive system than we thought it was. And probably if we'd have buried a 10,000 gallon tank underneath the ground, it might have worked a lot better. But it's just the sensors and the electronic components in the system we got today. Like our controller, we basically babysat it through the last 3 weeks of August, first week of September. To keep it up and running, we'd have to go in there and play with it pretty well every second day to make sure that it was reading the chlorine levels according to our tests correctly. And so, but it was an $8,500 touch last year. What is it going to be this year? Don't know. So,
yeah.
But really what we're looking for is if there's somebody has a bright idea of how to get the parts here so they can be laying here. So spring hits that we can work. I've talked to Zwick's Plumbing already to see if, because they're the ones that put the water line. Right now, we have a sewer line that runs from the C-can up to the change rooms and showers, or there's no showers in their bathrooms, and then goes into the city sewer system. So the water drain that goes back to our existing tank is directly above the sewer line that runs from the C-can up to the change room. So it would be a matter of digging that out, hooking that pipe up so that it go, instead of going back in the tank, it would go straight into the sewers. Other than that, that should be all we need to basically, that's the main digging we would have to do. So that's right beside the splash pad.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sudnick. Councillor McDonald?
Sorry, through your worship, maybe Kevin can answer. Is there any concern with the flow through system, all that water on our city sewer?
So through your worship, with the reduced flows that they're speaking of, I think 40 gallons a minute, I'd have to look at what size of sewer service we have on the property that would lead into the main, but at this point, I don't have any concerns.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you again, Alec and Joe. We definitely appreciate you coming in. This will get brought back under mayor's business later on in the meeting, and then we can kind of make a plan moving forward. Or Kevin, did you have?
Sorry, just for clarity, I just want the specific ask. I think I know what it is, but is it that the society is looking for the city to front end the costs of the equipment to get it here sooner?
Yeah, well, we are, but we're hoping to get it covered with an NDIT grant. What we want to do is apply for an NDIT grant for whatever the amount is going to be, and we're guessing it's going to be around $160,000. And basically, they normally give you 70%. So what we'd be looking for is 30%, but we need to figure out a way of how to get the equipment here. And Malzera does not have the funds right now in the bank account, as we have some other pretty major projects on the go.
So yes, in regards to your question, that is what we would be looking for, is if the city could front end us to get the equipment on the way. And then once the grant comes through, then we could
buy the equipment off the city.
Yeah.
Kevin, in that scenario, like obviously it would have to go to council to figure out which direction to go, but with grants, can you do that, or how does that?
So through your worship, I mean, there's no guarantees on a grants, although NDIT is, I think usually fairly favorable, but if council wished to go down that path, I think from a budget perspective, we would have to assume that we are funding it with no, anticipated revenue. And if we got it, great, but if we didn't, obviously, we'd have to fully expense that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. And just to follow up on Kevin's point, for you guys, you mentioned at the beginning you weren't sure whether the city front ending it would impact your ability to get the grant. And I guess Councilor Parslow, as our rep to NDIT, might be able to provide some insight whether those grants, because some grants is once you've spent the money, you can't apply for it to get a refund on the money spent. Once the costs are sunk, the grant is, moving forward from that. I'm not sure. And you seem to indicate you weren't sure whether that would inhibit your ability to get that money recouped by the grant. So I would, I guess, direct a question to Councillor Parslow if he has any insight on that or something we need to follow up on as well.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. I guess just one quick question before I go to Councillor Parslow. On the funding, like you said, you're in the middle of getting quotes to get the rest installed. Like, do you think you'll have that in a couple of weeks, Alex, or do you?
I'm waiting for an email back from the people, from Habitat Systems to tell me what is involved with the installation of their equipment, because it's a brand new controller.
Okay.
And that's really probably the major component, plus what it's gonna take to switch over our existing toys to those, I call them noodles.
Yeah.
That-
So once you have that, you'll be able to tell like how much you guys can do yourselves or how much you gotta.
Well, and we would still put that in our grant as in kind. Like,
Yeah.
would reduce the amount that we would have to
Okay.
come back to the city for. Like, if they pay 70% and it's 160,000, but we have 10,000 in kind, it just we still apply for the full grant, and they will give us and kind of reimburse the in kind labor that way. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Parslow.
Well, remember, Councillor Earl, that Mayor Dober now sits on the NDIT, so I can only speak from my experience, okay? Unless they've changed things.
I haven't had a meeting yet, so.
Okay, you haven't experienced a meeting yet. Well, that's fine. They're good meetings. So ultimately, for this to be secured, the Mile Zero Park Society would have to submit copies of invoices. Okay. Now, whether that invoice has to come from Habitat or the city is really the decision point here. I cannot conceptualize whether it's a concern to NDIT that the city bought the stuff and then the city then invoiced Mile Zero Park, because the Mile Zero Park would have to then submit the invoice to Mile Zero Park for payment, to NDIT for payment. Am I making sense here? So for all the things I've seen and wonderful creative stuff that people put forward, I cannot see any reason why they would be concerned that it's the city that originally bought it and that the Mile Zero Park used the grant to buy it from them. But if once every I dotted and every T crossed, you might want to ask the question. My impression is that once you talk to their staff, they're there to make things happen, and they're not going to be bureaucratic about things. You know what I mean? So, just example, with the gun club and the indoor range, all we had to do was submit the invoices. They didn't question whether we had 3 quotes, so they didn't question whether we had tried Canadian suppliers over U.S. suppliers. All they need is the paper flow. Okay. Before the MOPS would get the 70%, they'd only give it to you based upon invoices. I can't see whether there'd be a problem if it came from the city or from habitat.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow.
But I wouldn't, I'm not saying 100% certain, I'm 99% certain.
We're holding you accountable.
Right?
You would as well.
I
wouldn't you?
will, yes, yeah. No, and I think later on when this gets brought back under mayor's business, we'll have those discussions a little bit more in depth, so.
There was
Yeah.
one other solution, Your Worship. With the money that Kyle won, he could maybe front it.
No.
Oh. We can talk
We'll pay
about
him
that
back.
on recess, so.
My wife's got that.
Yeah. I did one quick question I had just before we move on to the next. Last year, a bit of an anomaly having 100 days that we could use it. Do you, like the year before, was it in operation? How many days was it then?
No, it wasn't.
Last year was the first year that it was.
That it was, yeah, full summer, like we just, I think our guys were on their knees beside their chair asking for hailstorm or what,
Yeah.
lightning or anything, just please let us shut down one day.
Yeah.
I would say an average though of, I think the summer before, they said it was something like 80 some days,
Okay.
so.
Yeah.
So up there, so. Okay, perfect. Well, thank you. And like I said, it'll get brought back under mayor's business later on today, so.
Well, thank you, and we appreciate it coming back because it is, like I say, next year, probably it won't operate the way it did.
Yeah.
Because I was spent pretty well, other than maybe 15 days I was gone on vacation. I spent every day down there making sure that things in the village got looked after so they could be there on site. And we only had one person with that confined spaces, so it was overtime every time he came in. Because if it wasn't on his shift, then he was coming in to work down there for 2-3 hours and then go home and come back 2 hours later to get his shifts on.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, I had just one other thing too. When you guys were mentioning that you talked to some other communities that switched to the misting park, like I know some of the little toys or apparatuses down there are like shooting and spraying water at each other, which kids enjoy.
Yep.
Did they say much about like if there was a negative impact switching like from that aspect about the users?
I didn't really talk to anybody. I just was online and I did give that full report from Ardrossan County to Blair at the time. And what actually brought it on this misting pad, I was talking to Mike Zegan from Forest Engineering, and he was telling me that in Edmonton, I think it's near the Parliament buildings, they have a misting pad for adults, and they go in there with their wheelchairs and whatever. And he said they are Edmonton, which, I mean, they've got lots of water in that North Saskatchewan. They're switching to misting pads.
Yeah.
Because of the volume. I mean, the thing that sparked me is the cost of chlorinating water, and thanks to Kevin, I got my answer of what it costs per minute. So, I mean, at $1.81 a minute, and you start doing that times 60 times 10 hours a day, it's a lot of community money that would be going down the drain.
Yeah. No, I agree. And staffing alone too, yeah. Councillor Apollonio?
Just again, Mr. Alex, thank you very much for the hard work. I just want to know if the missing park will be installed. It will be have a longer days to be used compared to the spray park, or depending on the weather.
It depends on the weather, but yeah, we could open it because our staff shows up at 9 o'clock, so it could be open a little bit earlier. But because of staffing issues, we basically shut down at 9 at night, so we're open. They do the watering of the flower beds and stuff in the village right away, and then they go down and make sure that's clean. And so it's open by 10 o'clock pretty well every morning and runs till 8 o'clock at night. So I don't think it would lengthen the day. It would just allow a lot more people to use it throughout the day.
Just more people will be using it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you very much. I am going to just call a quick 5-minute recess until we get to the next part of the agenda. So back to order. Our next order of business is 2.6. We have Mr. Alex Reshny and Mr. Joe Hauber here from the South Peace Miles Zero Park Society in attendance. Request to add a pump track to the recreation park. So welcome back again. Thank you again. So
thank you guys again. And we can show the video because when I saw it, I thought this is the perfect match for what we are working on out there. This is the Tumbler Ridge one. Never takes his foot off to give himself a push.
At first, I was kind of expecting it might have been you on there demonstrating, but
And back to the starting point. Anyway, I haven't quite figured out how I could use this with a wheelchair and a steering system that Joe's supposed to work on for me. Anyway, thank you for allowing MOPS to discuss our plans and ideas going forward to the development of Malzero Recreation Park, formerly known as Rotary Lake, and the name on our end of the books has actually been formally changed to Malzero Recreation Park, because there is no lake. So one of the first things we'd like to see go in is a pump track like the one in Tumbler Ridge that you just viewed. But we want ours to be different because we would like it to be expandable to accommodate more participants as the need grows. We don't want it just, because there, as they say, is good for 35 to 50 people. I don't think what we're looking at, it'd be a hell of a start. But we want to make sure when we go to get designs and stuff that we want it to be expandable so that it isn't a burden, as the Ovinto Center might be someday, or was. Anyway, we do have an outside local interested party that at this time is more than willing to help fundraise, supply materials plus equipment to help us out. Right now, they drive to either Tumbler Ridge or Grand Prairie to use theirs. How are we going to proceed after we get approval from the city? We hope to get the blueprints and other information from Tumbler on building the pump track. Tumbler Ridge, apparently their cost was about $330,000 is what I've been told. I don't have any actual facts, but their final cost was $110,000. The rest was all in kind and donations that they themselves had got. So, and the party that's interested is one of our local oil field companies, and I know he won't mind mentioning their name. It's Swamp Donkey, and they figure between all the different oil companies, they can probably get about 80% of everything covered. They would supply equipment and all the materials to make it happen. I know that we can't probably do it this year, but we'd sure like to have it in place for next spring. And one of the things about the pump track, if you'd watched, is it is built out of the ground. So the idea would be that everything would be probably about a foot higher than what we are today. Any low spots would have a drainage system in it, which would drain back into the creek, so that if we did have, and it's not a floodplain out there, people, it's a flood area, much different. And anyway, the idea was that if it did happen, that within 24 hours of the water receding, we could pressure wash everything off and have it back in operation. So that was what really kind of caught my eye, is how it was built out of the ground. And if we have to go an extra 8 inches or whatever to help alleviate the problem. And down on the basins where the drainage is, instead of out in Tumbler Ridge, they do have drainage on theirs, but they used mulch. I would suggest we use rubberized matting down there, much easier to wash off. It's also better if kids happen to go over the side to absorb shock and stuff, so less scrapes and bruises and all those good things. A pump track is something that basically serves many age groups, 4 to 80. It is for bikers, skaters, scooters, not yet designed for wheelchairs. It builds community, gets kids outside and exercising. It is actually low cost to build, and my favorite thing is it's low in maintenance. And it is for the health and wealth of all ages. It's a much safer environment than the skate park, as there's a lot of families around to help control some of the stuff which isn't at the skate park. And one of the people that did come to talk to us was an RCMP, and she basically told us that she doesn't like to take, she'll go down to the skate park, but only personally, but she liked the idea out there that we were open, you know, hours, and then we were locked up to keep things under control, and it was a much more family-oriented place, so. One of the things that we may need to look at in the future is a proper crossing on the Highway 99, the Hart Highway, with activated signal lights, which would mean we'd have to reach out to the Department of Highways and Infrastructure, because as the thing would get going, we know that there'd be kids coming across the highway from the walking trail, from the Tubby side across the highway. There is a crossing there now, but it isn't a one where you could hit the switch on one side and turn lights on to stop traffic. So it could become a danger thing, because they'll be coming out there with bikes, skateboards, scooters, whatever, so. And it will, I mean, it's one of the things we'd have to consider. What MOPS is working on right now is a new concept for the recreation park on both sides of the creek, the gazebo side and the former lake side. MOPS would like to form a subcommittee with Brenna Casey, our secretary, has agreed to chair this committee. There would be several others from MOPS board on the committee. We would also like to reach out to someone from the City Parks and Rec Department, and I've met with Shantae to talk about that, to make sure we have representation. We would get also talk to Rotary to see if they would have, and any other interested groups or individuals from the community. But we don't want near the number that Urban Systems had, because you lose the focus on the whole thing when we're planning it. We would look at Urban Systems report and Rotary surveys over the last 2 years of their auction. They've had surveys out of what you would like to see, and they'd throw out ideas of pictures and stuff of different recreation things that they'd like to see there. So we'd look at those things, plus any new ideas on, but basically it would be on the following guidelines. It has to be long lasting, number one. Number two, low maintenance. And number three, practical to operate. It should meet these three guidelines before even moving forward, before there's more consideration, because it just, where we're at, it has to kind of follow, because of basically our capability of operating something that takes a lot of maintenance or people. Number four, it should be sustainable, inclusive to all people of all ages and abilities, and it should bring people and families together. Brendan has already reached out to a landscaper architect, Jana Solinsky, and I don't know what firm she works for, but she's from, I think, on the island. She's worked with her through the Peace River Regional District. Jana is willing to help the planning and the design of the rec park, using Urban Systems report and Rotary surveys. Jana would like to look at the recreation master plan as it pertains to Mile Zero Recreation Park area. She would come up here and do an on-site visit, and then hold a workshop with anybody that's on this committee. We would like to complete this in the next 6 months, or even earlier, by June 30th. What we are looking for is $12,000 to plan the development and 5-year plan for the east side of the creek, or Rotary Lake side, or $18,000 to do both sides of the creek with a 5-year plan. For 2023, the west side of the creek, where the gazebo now needs a lot of work, including the grounds leveled, playgrounds removed, properly landscaped with trees and trash and other things removed, where the BMX track was leveled and not quite cleaned up last year, but we have agreed that between Joe and me and a few others, we are going to get it looked after and cleaned up. The crossover bridge will need to have all the decking replaced. right now we've got it ribboned off, locked off, so people can't cross across that, but we're hoping that we can do it within a Mile Zero Park Society's system. Part of Brennan and Janice's plan would be to look at the operating costs, a 5-year plan that we report regularly to MOPS board and the city to keep everyone informed and up to date. Plus see if there's any new ideas as we can get, so we can get them into the budget for the following year through the Parks and Rec Department and still continue to look at grants. And on another note, some of the other things we have going on at present, which Councillor Parslow referred to, is re-roofing of 13 buildings in Pioneer Village. 12 of these are historical society buildings, and one is the MOPS building, which houses the Story of Alaska Highway, the old Battery Hall. Our quote on this is $426,211. We have applied to a grant, BC Destination Development Fund, for 80% of it. We've passed the first phase of it. We were into the second phase, and our first phase, they were just happy somebody from from the Peace River area had even applied for a grant. We were the first ones and only ones that had ever applied, so they said they were hoping they'd be able to give us an answer, but we haven't got it yet. The funding is for 80%, which leaves us $85,250,000. We're planning to reach out to other entities in the community, including Historical Society to help us with the shortfall. I'm going to be reaching out to the regional district and also the county of Saddle Hills, because that's where the Battery Hall came from. So I would like them, because they didn't have it, the roof all done when they gave it to us, they should maybe look after it now. Be a nice thought anyway. The splash pad conversion, misting pad from basically 160 to 180,000, which you've heard about already, is number 2 thing we're looking at. The other thing we're looking at right now is upgrades to the RV park to help maintain and increase our revenue driver. We're looking for funding from the South Peace Mackenzie Trust Fund. We will need this, but my guess only, and it's a guess, is about 300,000. We are awaiting some quotes. We're wanting to add 5 new sites to the RV park, which was approved by council in 2018, and we can get it reapproved if it's requested. We want to upgrade some of the sites from 30 amp to 50 amp, and get them pretty well all up to 50 amp. And the other thing is we want to level quite a few sites, and we're possibly going to use, for leveling the sites, unreusable rig matting, which basically is rig matting that they can't rent out or sell, basically for building roads and stuff. They can sell it to people like us, or we have a bunch they donate, Strad matting donated to us. And basically what you do is you dig the matting in so it's level with the ground around it, so it's easy to keep grass trimmed. You don't want it sitting up above, and then you cover it with sand, and it makes basically for a level whole surrounding, and it would be not going to have heavy traffic, just RVs backing in and out on them, and it would help because the big thing we are wanting to do is put a rock barrier for water diversion from the RV sites between the RV park and the backside of the Peace River Regional District. There's a culvert under that highway, and usually the water on the other side of the highway, because the culvert is frozen, is full. I have no idea how many millions of gallons it holds, but it holds a lot. Because when the culvert under the highway thaws in spring, the water coming down through the RV park usually damages at least 6 of our RV sites or more. And last year, I think Councillor Parslow might have been out at the regional district when it let go. the people in the regional district were petrified for a few minutes, wondered what the hell had happened, because all they heard was a huge roar, and looked out their windows and saw that water coming through there, because it is a 36-inch culvert. So when that lets go, it's backed up a lot of water, because it's usually flowing over the highway before the culvert lets go. So that's why we want to put something rock to divert the water around the back down to the creek. So one of the things that basically we thought would be in the budget for the 2023 was at least to get the cement work done around Sedaton Hall. The sidewalks for the fire escape on the north side, as of right now, is a safety hazard. As after the weeping tiles were put in, we put in a temporary sidewalk, and you won't believe this, but it was made out of old pallets and plywood, and it's really not the safest thing. And also we had a proposal to put a cement perimeter border outside of what was the flower beds and the edge of the pavement to prevent all the water coming down through the park, like from the parking lot, through the weeping tile system, through the sump pump, out the back of the hall and into the creek. I don't know if our current system right now, if we had a sudden melt, would be able to handle all this water coming just from the snow piled up this year out by the highway. And without more water coming underneath the cement in the basement, which is what shut the place down to begin with, is water had got underneath and lifted the cement, which had lifted the building 9 inches in the center, which we diligently re-leveled last in February, I guess. We leveled the building again, and we're doing it once a year. We're getting forest engineering to come out with a transit, shoot the floor at every telepost, and re-leveling the floor, because we don't want to lose that facility. So the border would be made out of 8-inch wide by 18-inch high cement. Would be dug 6 inches into the ground and 12 inches above, and it would be sealed off with blue clay and then paved over to divert the water around the hall and out the back, because it would just go around the hall and then it heads down into the creek right through basically the west side of the road going into the splash pad. We can probably get away this year by beefing up our temporary sidewalk. I'm not asking for it to be on this year's budget, but definitely we have to do something. I'm sure we can keep it up and running for another year, but the one thing we might need is some sandbagging to go out at the front for when that water does start to come, to sandbag around the building to get the water diverted, unless somebody else has a better idea. And basically the cement bagging would go to where the cement border should go. But this should definitely be on our projects for next year. And again, we'd be looking to find grants for it. We can't go back to NDIT for 3 years after the grant we got for the weeping tile. So nothing has been landscaped. We've been waiting for it to settle. We'd also like to look at the possibility of finding grants to do the total landscaping on all 4 sides of Sedaton Hall and the cement work at the same time, probably for 2024. So.
Okay.
Which will also give another year to settle everything down with the weeping tile. Because last year we didn't get a lot of settlement because we didn't have a lot of snow and over the winter to help put some water in the ground to help it. Basically, that's what I have. Thank you for having us. Hopefully towards the end of February, beginning of March, we plan to come back and really give you a full report of what MOPS management lease area has done over 2022, and then be back in end of May, early June with our capital projects. And for those of you who don't know what the MOPS management lease agreement is, we look after Mile Zero RV Park, we look after what we now call Mile Zero Recreational Park and Pioneer Village. So we look after 10% of the city property on the west end of town. So that's what we look after, and hopefully we'll be back to give you some of the things that we did over the past year, so you kind of know where the city has helped out a lot and just lending us a skid steer. they just make me work long weekends and weekends. They don't give me, I don't work during the week, so, well, I do. But anyway, thank you guys, and if there is any questions or concerns about pump track or any of the other things that we're doing, our big thing is we do have to do the roofs. If we don't, some of those buildings, when the water comes through, would ruin them, and I would hate to see that happen right now, because I think there's 6 log buildings and they all 6 need shingles, so. And it is a metal roofing we're going to, by the way, because of 3 elevators down the road, if there's ever, and we know elevators catch fire, the sparks come over there, we don't want to lose the village, because if it ever got caught with all that old lumber, we just need a big payloader to come and help clean up, because that's what would happen, so.
Perfect. Thank you, and thanks for the presentation on everything, and definitely appreciate how thorough your decisions are on the direction moving forward. It's nice to see that. So this delegation was about the request to add a pump track. So just to clarify, what would be the direct ask from the group to us in terms of the pump track? I think the other stuff there's probably a different discussion later on about, but as far as just the pump track, is it the?
I think what we're looking for, Your Worship, is, and Councillor, we're looking for, yes, go ahead and research it and try and see what it's gonna take. Like I said, I don't think we could get it built this year. That's just too fast. I know the people that approached us would like it, but I would sure like to have it in place for maybe even start the construction after our park shuts down, and I mean, last year we had somebody in there, dig out the whole lake, fill it all in. And as these things approach me, I'm going, I wasn't on the ball last year. Shantae probably wasn't on the ball. But why didn't we put in double wide gates where we opened the fence up and then put everything together and weld it all up? Why didn't we put gates in there so we can get equipment in and out?
In and out, yeah.
Because one of the things you can't do is come down on that road by the splash pad, because that is all made out of non-reusable rig matting. That road has stayed perfect since 2016, but it's matting underneath that sand, and most people don't know that's underneath that sand. So we can't have semis going across that road. We don't want it wrecked, and that's what's in there right now, over to the pool house. So.
Okay, so just to clarify, I just want to understand a little bit. Like today, is there something you need from council on this? Like I know you talked about there was $12,000 and $18,000 for a plan, but is this just more to bring us up to speed on what the plan is there, or is there something you need today?
What the contractor for doing the landscaping drawings and basically holding the meetings and stuff, what her charge would be, or her company charge would be to us to develop basically a plan, not like Urban Systems, but an actual layout of where things could go, of what the committee together could, what the committee comes up with leaving areas open for future development. So that's what we're looking for the money to basically pay the person to come up and do it.
Okay, thank you. Kevin, did you have something to add to that, or were you?
So through your worship, I think Alex covered it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the ask is, I think they're looking for approval in principle to move forward with the committee, come up with some planning. I think at some point that would likely come back to council once there is a more formalized plan. But at this point, it's just, the concept, is council agreeable with that, and we can start moving forward.
Okay.
Plus the financial,
Yep, the financial.
the $18,000 for the planning, engineering, design side of things, as I understand it.
Yeah, 12,000 is if we just do one side of the creek, 18,000 if we do both sides of the creek. And for everybody's knowledge, the gazebo is now rentable again or usable. If we have nonprofit groups that want to use it, we'd just like to be able to open it up to the community again on the other side of the creek. It's fully done, and thanks to the city for helping us through the grant and paying the extra charges that we had on getting that gazebo, because last year it had yellow tape around it. It wasn't even enterable, so.
Councillor Parslow?
Just a couple of comments. One is to Alex. I think the NDIT is not 3 years. I think it's 2 full years. You may want to check that, but that's what I've been operating with as it relates to the indoor gun range, okay? Question really to staff is around the nature of the lease and flooding. So I think council's got a clear picture. You've got the Alaska Highway, there's a culvert. And I was at the regional district office meeting with planners there as it relates to the gun club, and the thing went. You're right. So is Mile Zero Park Society responsible for keeping the property free of flood, or as the land belongs to the city, where's the city's responsibility to that? I was asked that question at a gathering, and I didn't have the answer to that. So what is the answer?
So through your worship, my perspective on it is that in the city's
That's a good comment, Kevin.
in the city's case, if it is our drainage ditch, we're responsible to maintain that water in the ditch and not let it affect private property. In this case, what you have is a Ministry of Transportation highway. Drainage is coming underneath that highway, as I understand it, and then causing some erosion to the RV park. So I think the first thing that should happen is we should, as the property owners, we should reach out to the ministry and maybe Argo and talk about that and see if there's something they can do to prevent that water from coming onto the property and causing any issues.
Can I just add to that? I think the regional district has an interest here, because that flood was maybe no further than the gap between your bench, Kevin, and my bench. And so I think they may have a shared interest in that issue. But it just didn't seem right that the Mile Zero Park Society would bear all that responsibility for that flooding abatement. You know what I mean? So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Okay. Again, too, I just want to thank both of you for coming in and for all of you do. And I think like this pump track idea, and obviously reaching out to some local people that are willing to do it. It seems like a great idea, and I know there's a plan for that area, and I think working together makes sense. You guys are the ones on the ground doing it. So, I definitely appreciate everything you guys do. And yeah, we'll deal with this later on in Mayor's business, and then we'll get back to you and let you know where we go. So thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. Okay, we're going to recess for lunch, and I'm going to be, is 20 minutes enough? We'll do, yeah, be back at 12:25 to order. Our next order of business was 3 late items. No late items. 4 new councillor business. 4.1, we have memo from Councillor Parslow, reason security cameras. Councillor Parslow, would you like to push your button, please? Thank you, sir.
Please, you, Darcy, you know that. I would like to move that the City of Dawson Creek staff prepare a multi-year proposal for the installation of security cameras in selected areas of the city for inclusion in the capital component of the 2023 budget.
Do I have a second? Councillor Kempf?
I can speak to that.
Yes, please.
So we all know and have a great deal of empathy for the situation in the community where we have a high level of vandalism and theft. Security cameras, I am told by people who I believe have knowledge in these areas do serve as a deterrent and as a tool to help solve crime. I'm expecting staff to work with the RCMP and other community groups to determine the location and protocol for using information gathered by the security cameras. I'm suggesting that the costs would be spread over a 3 to 5 year period, obviously beginning in 2023. And I'm expecting that the funds would be found within the existing proposed capital budget for 2023. And that staff would make recommendations for adjusting the budget so that we can start working on this project.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other councillors? Discussion? Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Worship. So just with respect to the motion, how it's written, if it were to get the assent of council, does that give staff enough detail or specifics to go off of? Because, I mean, I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but, you know, I did feel like, you know, first and foremost, we need to identify the high priority areas and get a handle on what the cost is and the scope, just the scope of this project, if it's something the city's going to get into the business of. I don't deny that there might be some utility in it as far as I said, certain hot spots that seem to have chronic issues, maybe in the downtown core and a couple other areas, but, you know, asking staff to go off without any kind of parameters for what, you know, and I don't even have a good handle on what the per camera cost to purchase, install, maintain is. So I'm not necessarily opposed to Councillor Parslow's motion. I just get some insight from staff whether or not this provides the detail you need to come back with a recommendation that you'd be confident in.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Kevin, maybe I'll just go to you.
Yeah, so through your worship, it is fairly general. I mean, the motion is, I was thinking that as I read it and listened to Councillor Parslow. I was going to ask if maybe there's an example of any communities. You've mentioned that you've spoke with some people. I thought maybe there was if there's some communities that you know of that are using these, that we can reach out. We need to get a sense, like you say, what is the appropriate number of cameras to get proper coverage in a certain area? How big is the area? You know, are we talking all of downtown? Is there, you know, so there's some real planning work that kind of on the front end that will help determine the overall size of the project, which will determine the overall cost, and then we can break that up. So, which we can do, but we want to make sure from staff that we're hitting the mark as well from council's expectations.
Okay. Councillor Parslow, I'll let you speak
Well,
to
I'll
that.
only answer it by reading what was printed. Staff is expected to work with the RCMP and other community groups to determine the location and protocol for using information gathered by the security cameras. So yeah, you'd have some discussion, and I recognize that we have no idea of costs, so you would find out costing, and that we spread it out over a 3 to 5 year period.
I think maybe what I'm understanding from that too is once we have like a cost and a plan, then we could bring that back and be like, okay, that's something we can do over 3 years or 5 years. But I think, you know, I guess too, a little bit to yours, Kevin, about communities. I think a lot of communities are going to this. Like I know Grand Prairie, Fort St. John, I've heard Red Deer is very advanced in this, but you know, I think a lot of communities are. And maybe another thing too, it just popped in my head when Councillor Parslow was reading the background information, is this isn't just about like crime prevention and stuff too. It's about staff safety, and you know, there's other benefits that come from cameras, and we've had discussion about it in previous meetings. I remember, but yeah.
So through your worship, what we'll do is, you know, if council directs us, so we will do a little bit of research, get a sense of what the scope could look like based on talking to other communities, talking to the RCMP, maybe some community groups, which we'll have to narrow down who that may be, and then come back to council and say, based on what we know and what we believe to be true, this is the order of magnitude for a complete project. And, I guess it's a bit of a check-in for us and say, are you wanting to still move forward knowing what we know now? And here's, what year one could look like.
Okay. Councillor Earl?
And also, with respect to the motion on the table, it is asking that staff include it within the existing 2023 budget. And I know Councillor Parslow, in the last meeting, I believe, proposed replacing an existing capital project with a new one. Is there, I guess we're waiting to see what the costs are before we start partitioning up the draft budget to see where we can find whatever money's required? Is that what you envision, Councillor Parslow, or I guess through to staff?
Terry?
So through you, Councillor, thank you for that, because that was one of my questions, was it says to recommend staff to accommodate the purchase of the security cameras out of the already existing 2020. So council is proposing that if we were to put in the cameras for 1 to 3 years, get the cost for the first year and eliminate a current capital project that's in draft one of the budget?
Yeah. Do you want me to respond?
Yeah, please.
I'll just refer you to what I wrote down. The
Yeah.
costs would be spread over a 3 to 5 year period.
Yeah.
Reduction to the existing proposed capital budget for 2023 would be recommended by staff to accommodate the purchase of security cameras in the 2023.
So staff recommend which project to
Yes.
reduce. Okay.
Yeah, that's why we have staff to make recommendations.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And also, I wanted to bring council draft 2 of the budget next meeting, but I think I'm going to wait till the first meeting in February for the simple fact that I know I'll have the PRA amount then, and that'll make a significant difference in the budget. So
Yeah,
if that's
in the
fine
way,
with council, I'd like to present the second draft in the first meeting in February.
Thank you. Any other councillor? No? Okay. No more. I'll call this motion to vote. Mine, it froze, Brenda. I don't. Yeah, I'm just gonna redo it, I think. Oh. Sorry.
Redo it, Doug?
Yeah. Is that okay? Okay, I'm gonna restart the vote, so. I don't have an option to vote on mine. It's there, but it's grayed out. You can come take a quick look if you want. I can't hit either on mine. Old school? Okay, all right, we're gonna do it the old way. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Sorry, Brenda.
Do it again?
I still won't allow me. Yeah. Okay. So that was, you got the vote on that? All in favor, yeah.
We all need to reinsert now?
No, we're just gonna go manual. We're gonna get you your arm exercise for the day. Our next order of business is 4.2 memo from Councilor Apollonio. Reason the 2023 budget, lighting and revitalizing of welcome signs and statues within the city.
Good afternoon. I'll read the proposed motion. Proposed motion that City of Dawson Creek identify funding the 2023 budget for revitalizing and lighting the following signs and statues within the city. All Dawson Creek welcome signs, like in Peace River, from Puscopi going to the airport, and coming from Port St. John. Welcome to the Alaska Highway sign. the surveyor statue at the roundabout, and the Mile Zero post located downtown. And I think my worthy councilor Parsto is adding the one that in the city hall, like the
Lost workers. Worker memorial.
Okay.
reason, of course.
Brenda, do you have that addition to the motion? Okay. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Parslow? Greg? Or sorry, Councillor Apollonio? You can speak now.
Yeah, the reason is, of course, after, many I'm receiving, of course, as I observe and even receiving some suggestion from the people in the committee, they found that the welcome signs are bleak. They cannot see, for example, especially if you're coming to Dawson Creek, especially in nighttime. So I think it's about high time that we revitalize the signs of Dawson Creek. I don't know if the budget will fit this 2023. I don't know. The staff could identify, so at least we could be more welcoming to from other neighboring cities.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Parslow?
Well, I really quite like this idea. Before the council meeting started, I asked staff about the phases associated with lighting up the community. For instance, the nice lighting that we have around City Hall, which I believe has been done over 2 years, that I'd heard some time ago that in another phase, and Shante, I think, knows a lot about this, that the plan was to again relight up the museum art gallery area as well. And I was wondering if this motion could, and the funding needed, could be added to that project. But looking at you, maybe I've mistakenly described the scope of what I thought was going to be happening. So if I may, over to Shante.
Okay.
Through your worship, you're talking about the Christmas lighting, Christmas lights. So the next phase, the plan is another $126,500. And the plan was to go to the NAR Park Museum out front there and begin with Christmas decorations at that place, as well as purchase a CCAN to put those in there. But that funding, again, can be changed if that's what you'd like to do. But the funding was for the NAR Park, and if we want to do lighting on City Hall as well for this next year for Christmas decorations.
So
it wasn't, so to speak, for street lighting? Is that what you're talking about?
So you're talking, the phase 2 is just Christmas lighting at those places. Okay, I thought it was, in addition to that, I thought there was going to be some permanent lighting as well, as it used to be. So no.
Not within that. There might be another plan that we can defer to the CAO that he knows about. But as far as I know, it was the Christmas lighting that we were going to be adding some lighting on that side over there.
Okay. Because I can remember it looked really kind of spectacular, and it was not Christmas lighting. It was like floodlighting that whole art gallery area. It was eye-catching. So in the same spirit that Councillor Apollonio was talking about, right? I'm throwing that out then as a possible consideration. Can some permanent lighting be installed at that showcase? I mean, that now, when we lost the Alaska Hotel, the de facto only iconic building we had left, seemingly, from my lens, was that the art gallery museum complex. So I don't wish to muddy the water here. I just wondered if this could be an add-on to that.
Thank you. Councillor Apollonio?
Just in addition, I think if it's too much for the budget, I think we can use some solar panels to use for electricity. So at least I think it could. We have lots of lights in Dawson Creek, so I think we could use that energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I had a little bit on it. I like the idea. I think, enhancing Dawson Creek, is what it's about. And I
when you do drive into town, you don't get like that wow feeling like, and I don't always like to use other examples, but I believe that if we can learn from other communities, we should. But White Court, for example, when you're driving into White Court, their welcome signs are like lit up. They have like, at Christmas time, they got their walking trail and they got like candy cane lights, Christmas lights, and it just gives like a nice warm welcome to the community. And I believe that's what, I'm understanding from the motion and I've heard in the community as well as, that if we're going to investing in things that this is, I believe it's something too, like, that just puts us on the map a little bit different. And it's, sometimes it's like our Christmas lights we did on the city property. It's amazing. And the amount of positive feedback and the way people feel about it, it just, ups that level in Dawson Creek. So, I don't know if this comes out of this budget or if it's a future thing, but, it's something I would see as a direction too, would be in favor of. So, Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I mean, I think the initiative has merit. I do think I'd like to see it incorporated into a larger downtown, downtown or community revitalization plan. Just looking at where we are, and I think Councillor McDonald's going to speak to it in the next piece of it, but looking at the turnaround time on refreshing that signage, I think 2023 might be a bit ambitious, or we might end up being hurried. I think it's worth exploring, but I'd like to do it as part of a larger downtown revitalization plan as opposed to piecemealing it, because even from the previous council, we've got redoing murals, we're doing this, and, and I think there seems to be, and certainly I'm in support of, focusing and putting some resources behind revitalizing our downtown, revitalizing the aesthetic of the community to make it more hospitable. But I do think it would be worth having it be part of a strategic planning conversation and more comprehensive plan, so we're not doing it piecemeal and flying by the seat of our pants, because I think that's, just not the most efficient way to do it. And that's kind of where I'm at is I'd like to see it as part of a bigger plan that we discuss during strat planning, whenever that is. I know we haven't landed on a date yet, but I think the conversation bears having in more depth. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Maybe to Kevin or Shantae, I'm just kind of wondering, like, if this was, just so we got some clarity, like if, I kind of agree with Councillor Earl in a way that we kind of need some kind of plan. It's not just about like making a decision today that this is what we're doing and then you guys have no idea which way we're going. But I mean, what would your recommendation be if, it looks like council's in, favor of taking this direction or looking at that, like what would, or your thoughts are on this motion and, moving forward?
So through your worship, yeah, what I'm hearing is obviously there's a beautification piece theme, I guess, is what I'm hearing on a number of fronts, whether it's Christmas, holiday decorations, the entrance signs, all of that. And so how do we as staff maybe, like you say, take a step back and come up with something that looks comprehensive and that it all ties together? So it's not a one-off. Of course, that will take a little bit of time. Again, when we're talking about the budget and 23 budget, we have, somewhat limited amount of time to try and get something together. And we can do that. If it's simply lighting up the entrance signs and the statute, we can do that. We can come back with a price and we can find that. But if council's looking for something a little more comprehensive throughout the community and a bit more of that's a bit more of a planning exercise. So, and we're good either way. If council would like to have that bigger theme picture, then that's fine. I would suggest then we wouldn't be in as much of a rush to do these particular projects this year. But if you'd like to get these done and still do the planning piece, we can do that too. Because again, I think lighting the statues and the entrance signs, I think there's only so much you can do with that. We can light it. We can still look at an overall theme, like you say, with the holiday decorations and that too. That's maybe a bigger piece. So whichever way you want to go, we can accommodate it.
So I guess just like not, I'm not trying to push anybody in any way, but just for some clarity, like if, we felt that it was the direction we want to go, but we want a bigger plan maybe from staff on to do, like, would we then, I guess, defeat this motion and have another motion? Or do you need one to get that direction? Or do we make an amendment to this motion? So it starts to direct staff, because like I said, we're already into 2023 and in drafts in the budget. So, it might be that, by summer, we want to plan on what we're doing and moving forward.
So I think if council's wanting that bigger plan, then, but you still want these particular projects that Councilor Opolonio brought forward, then it would be an amendment. I'll look to Brenda to make sure she's good with that. Amendment for that second piece, which is the bigger planning. If you don't want to do these projects without doing the planning piece, then it's probably better to just defeat this and come up with a new motion.
Okay. Councillor Parslow?
Well, my view is I'm going to support the motion as it stands and wait until we do our strategic directions to talk about beautification, if that emerges as a strong dominant theme, because I can see this as being standalone. Just like we're having Christmas lights at the NAR Park. I would hope beautification wouldn't slow that one down. I mean, they're standalone, right? Beautification, I go in the direction that happened some years back when we rebranded Dawson Creek. And all the work and consultants and designs that came in for that, it's strung out for quite some period of time. So there's a danger, right, that you can, a beautification thing could become a mammoth rebranding of the community, which would slow things down by several years. And I think this is a simple thing that has merit. I think and I agree with you. I'm not a great Christmas ha-ha-ha guy, but these lights are impressive, and I'm really glad they've been done. Likewise, I think it'll be great at the iconic building area of Dawson Creek to do that Christmas tree thing, and I would be opposed to anything that slows that down. But I'm not against having a discussion around beautification either. So I'm going to continue to advocate for we deal with this matter. That's where I stand on it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl?
Okay, so just for clarification before we put this when we say revitalizing it and lighting, and we're talking about statues specifically, are we looking to just light them to highlight them, or are we talking about replacing some statues this summer? Because I think, as I was saying, looking at where we are with the banners, that might be more time than we might need more time than we're allotting ourselves.
Just one second. Councillor Apple.
My recommendation is just to light for the meantime, because I think with for example, I've been here for 14 years. The same welcome sign, I'm going out and in out of the city, is still like the same. So if, as I said, Councillor Pratt, if we slow it down, so it might be another 5 years or 10 years again if we will make larger projects. So as I said, we just can easily just light it up. For example, like some what's this, solar panels, just to make it sure it is not really too costly. Just at least for the meantime, we are going back from the pandemic and welcoming, of course, the businesses, tourists, especially. So we're going back. So at least somehow. So I don't know, but yeah.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Everybody fairly clear, or not fairly? Everybody clear? Okay, I'm going to call the motion to vote. Oh, and the old way. In favor? Opposed? It's carried. Next order of business is 4.3, memo from Councillor McDonald, reason pole banners. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Your Worship. I propose that the city staff be directed to begin discussions with local Treaty 8 nations representatives in regards to the future designs of the city's new pole banners, to ensure said banners are shown to be inclusive and reflective of the shared history of the Treaty 8 nations and the city of Dawson Creek.
Have a second? Councillor Sednick? Discussion, Councillor McDonald, do you want to?
Just to speak to the motion, I truly believe that we have an opportunity with our pole banners and in the beautification, the future beautification of the city, to be shown to be a leader in our region and the province, to be inclusive and acknowledge our Treaty 8 neighbors in the region and make sure they are a part of the city and what we represent.
Thank you. I'm going to speak just a little bit about to this too before I open it up, just because I've had some conversations around this with Dale, who represents some of the organizations in the Treaty 8, and he's also has some links to provincially with the ministers. And they're very much in favor of this as well. Like there's a good possibility that it could be a test, like a pilot project for the area. But that aside, I believe that this is leading, right? It's doing something different. It's acknowledging the Treaty 8 nation, in the region. And we are in the middle of doing those banners, and it seems like the right fit. So, yeah. So I just wanted to touch a little bit on that, on some of the stuff I've had done with it. So is there any other? Well, Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with this, but just for clarity for staff here, I talked to my colleague Kyle, by Treaty 8 nations representatives, right? I'm wondering, we're just talking really BC Treaty 8, or are we including neighbors to the east, such as Horse Lake? My understanding is we're talking BC Treaty 8. That just, not trying to muddy the waters, but just to clarify that. And the other question is, and I'm showing my ignorance here, and I should know better, I think there's one First Nations group in the region that is not a member of Treaty 8. I'm not going to mention any name because I'm speculating, but that if there is a non-member of Treaty 8, would we include them as well? And I'm not thinking, I don't mind mentioning this in the group's name, Kelly Lake. I'm not saying that, well, what about Kelly Lake? So I'm just wanting to be inclusive as all. Treaty 8, yes. BC is, I think, right, what you were thinking, Carl?
Yes.
Yeah. But if there is a non-member, should we not include them?
For myself, as written in the motion, I did say local Treaty 8 nations. So for me, that is the Treaty 8 nations that are part of the greater Peace River Regional District and that are truly local in our region. And we've had discussions whether it should be each individual nation taking on a banner themselves, or are we looking for something that is more reflective of the Treaty 8 and our local nations on a whole? And that's where I was leaning towards, was Treaty 8 nations on a whole, instead of trying to have, two for each nation, whereas we can have, a common theme through town.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Earl?
Just to Councillor Parslow's point, are we talking about Indigenous communities that are signatories to Treaty 8 or that are part of the Treaty 8 association? Because there are a couple regional communities that aren't a part of the association that are within Treaty 8. So anyway, I obviously, we should be mindful of that
Yeah.
either way, just for my own volition though.
I would assume like if, council did move forward with this, that, I could myself, Kevin, any other councillors that would want to could work with, Dale and some of the treaty aid to do what's best. Like, I think it's not just a matter of putting these up. We want to do it right. So it would be communicating with treaty aid as a whole and the other bands. So, Councillor McDonald?
So, should I make an amendment to the motion then that says council directs his worship, our CAO, and possibly myself to work with Mr. Bumstead and representatives to find the best way to apply our desire to include them in our pole banners and beautification?
I did talk to Kevin a little bit about this, but maybe I'll just go to Brenda too. Is this something that we should make an amendment to have, or can 3 or 4 of us work with this and then bring it? It's going to have to be brought back to council anyways at that point if we come to something.
Yeah, through your worship, the current motion is that city staff work with the Treaty 8 Nations
Okay.
representatives. So that is quite a difference from your proposed amendment. So I would suggest that if it's not just a small change to the main motion, it should, you will need to vote on this motion and propose a new motion.
Okay, because we could just make an amendment, city staff, comma.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Would you like to?
Sure.
You to just push a button, right, Kyle? Okay, so I'll just let you speak to what amendment you'd like to make.
So the proposed motion would be that city staff with his worship and council be directed to begin discussions with local Treaty 8 Nations representatives in regards to the future designs of the city's new pole banners, to ensure said banners are shown to be inclusive and reflective of the shared history of the Treaty 8 Nations in the city of Dawson Creek. Does that work?
Is that fine if the word is council as a whole is in there, or should it just be? Because then does it need to be all of council and?
It could just state council representative.
Council representative, okay, yep.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Sudnick? Okay. All right, well, I think we've had a lot of conversation. Does anybody have any more discussion around this? So now do I call just a vote on the amendment first? Okay, so those that are in, so the amendment is that city staff, your worship and council be directed to begin discussions, or council representative begin to discuss, okay? Those that are in favor? Opposed? It's carried. So now I'm going to call the motion as amended to vote. Those that are in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Next order of business is 5, adoption of minutes. Okay, the motion to adopt the minutes, 5.1, minutes of the special meeting, and 5.2, minutes of the regular meeting on December 8th and December 19th. Councillor Sudnick, second. Councillor Earl. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Any amendments to the? Oh, no, I don't. Any business arising? No business arising, okay. Next is 7, correspondence. 7.1, we have a letter from Ashley McHale, Program Coordinator, Dawson Creek Society for Community Living, submitted on December 20th, 2022. Request for streetlights at 14th Street between Alaska Avenue and 102nd Avenue. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm prepared to make a motion that I'd like to direct staff to look into what the cost would be to add streetlights to 14th Street between Alaska Avenue and 102nd Avenue.
We have a seconder. Councillor Sudnick. Discussion? Councillor Kemp, did you want to speak to the motion? I'll let you go.
Sorry. Thank you, Your Worship. I just, reading the letter and stuff, I think it is a need, and definitely reading within there, I can see that. So for me, I'm just wondering what the cost would be to go ahead with this request.
Thank
Thank you. Councilor Earl, did you have something or were you? No. Okay. Any other discussion? Oh, Kevin?
So through your worship, just to save a little bit of time, as I saw this was on the agenda, I did have the engineering staff just provide me kind of a budget order of magnitude numbers for this.
Okay.
Based on our recent street lighting projects with our road work, that particular job is about $157,000 to $160,000. So I guess the question staff would be looking for is if council wants to do anything with that, we could certainly make a motion to include that into the capital budget. That just means we'd have to find something to take out. But I just wanted you to have that number, and council can do what they wish with that.
Thank you, Kevin. I guess one question just about that is, like, on that, driving by that area, the two side streets have like some older street lights on, like the wood poles. So is this 150 to 170,000, is that adding lights similar to that to poles, or is it, and if that's not, is that an option? And I'm assuming that this 150 to 70 is the new black designed poles?
Yeah, through your worship, that's correct. This would be all new street lighting to match what we've done along 15th Street or 94th Avenue or any of those streets we've recently done. So it'd be the new black metal overhead poles.
Okay.
And so those existing wood poles, which are BC Hydro, if needed, they would be removed if they were in the way, or if they were off to the side, they might remain as they would augment. But
and then, like, I know there's a master plan too, right, on paving and lights throughout. So I'm assuming this isn't included in that, like, over the next couple of years?
no, so through your worship, 14th Street was repaved. I mean, it's been probably 10 or 15 years now, but it's not on the docket anytime soon to be redone.
And as far as, like, your opinion and your department's opinion, I know that there is some new things that have opened on that street. You know, it is a fairly busy street with some vulnerable people that, housing on that street. So do you look at that as it should be on the list as a priority, or?
Yeah, through your worship, there's value for this request without a doubt, based on the density that is on 102nd Avenue near 14th, like you say, and there's some vulnerable folks that live there, and they likely walk up to the grocery store nearby and whatnot. So there's value to it without a doubt, but it just comes at a cost.
Okay. I guess one more question to you. If, and I guess it's a little off topic of the motion, but, if council did decide to move forward with this on this year's and to make room in the 2023 budget, like, where would you put that as a priority versus all the rest? I know that might be hard to answer right now. Like, is that something would be easier to have you come back to us with, what you feel is a priority or your department does?
Yeah, so through your worship, I think probably at the next meeting, we're going to bring forward a report, an update on the Memorial Arena slab and a few other things. And so there might be some opportunities to move some projects around. And so I think that's probably the best bet is we can, if you would like, we can include this as one of those projects to look at. Like I said, we're going to provide an update on the budget because we've got a few projects and things we might need to change up. So maybe that would make sense. We can give council some options on what we could do.
Thank you. So if that was the case, Brenda, like, if council chose to, let staff do their work and come back to us, would we table this motion or do we defer it? Sorry.
Yeah, through your worship. The motion currently is for staff to look into costs, and that direction could include finding alternatives within the budget. So I believe that motion can stay as presented.
As is, okay. Okay. Because I just want to clarify, so the motion that was put forward was the staff to look into costs, but the costs were given to us. So do we need an amendment to the motion? Because the motion was kind of answered.
Yes, you could just move to defeat that motion and present a new one if you'd prefer, and then present, the new motion would be for staff to look into alternatives within the budget.
Okay, thank you. One day I'll understand all this, Brenda. Okay, I'm gonna call this question to vote, so. Oh, and the olds go away. All in favor? Opposed? So it's defeated. Councillor Kemp?
Thank you, Your Worship. So I will go ahead and make a new motion then to direct staff to look into alternatives within the budget to add streetlights to 14th Street between Alaska Avenue and 102nd Avenue.
Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald? Any discussion? I'll call this to vote. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. You're good on that motion, Brenda? Okay. Next, 7.2, we have a letter from Christina Bell, Cypress Land Service Agents for TELUS, received on December 12th, 2022. Reason the TELUS Telecommunications Facility Proposal Notification Package. Councillor Earl?
Receive for information, or I move we receive for information.
Have a second? Councillor Kemp? Was there any discussion on that? So everybody's pretty clear on it? I might, before you speak, Councillor Parslow, Kevin, would you mind just giving a brief overview on this? Because
Yeah, so through your worship, what we have is an application from TELUS. They're working with a private landowner up on the north side of town near the Loran Reservoir. So what this is just heads up information for council should anybody reach out and ask. It's part of the notification process. They'll go through their process, they'll seek feedback, and if the city gets any feedback, we can forward it to them. It's just part of their process, and really for us, it's just making sure council's informed on what's going on.
So the letter is sent just for our information, so we know, because we have no part of that decision.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Well, I know I could be accused of going down a bunny trail, but I'm just wondering how people feel about cell service in the city of Dawson Creek. I'm not talking about cell service within your homes, but when you're in generally restaurants, some other, I think it's okay in public buildings, but I know that a lot of people get very frustrated because they're not a Sure customer. And then the TELUS service they pick up is basically very, very limited in usage. And I'm just wondering if that's a satisfactory situation. I mean, if we have tourists in town, what's going to be their experience with accessing? Here, I live just out of the city boundaries, and when I come into town, and when I'm in my car, I'm fine. But when I go to certain restaurants, coffee shops, and I don't know their password, or they just say, well, this is TELUS, whatever, the service is basically non-existent from the point of view of doing any web searches or anything like that. And I don't experience that in any other town.
I don't disagree. I think that's a little, I don't know, it might be
It's a bunny
part of a
trail.
different motion or discussion, a little off the topic of this, so, yeah. I'm gonna move on to, yeah, but thank you.
Well, perhaps the mayor can pursue that matter, solve it.
Thank you. I'll do my best. I'm gonna move on to 7.3. Oh. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks, Councillor McDonald. 7.3, we have a letter from Alan Couturier, the Mayor of District of Chetwynd, received on December 19th, 2022, a request for support for the Assembly of the First Nations in their opposition of the Liberal government's proposed amendment to the Bill C-21 legislation. Councillor Kemp?
Thank you, Your Worship. I make a motion that we write a letter of support in request to supporting for the Assembly of First Nations in their opposition of the Liberal government's proposed amendment to Bill C-21 legislation.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick? Any discussion? Councillor Earl?
Just one thing with respect to the wording of the letter, and it's directly in the motion, so I don't know if I can note this, but I would emphasize the federal government as opposed to a party, simply because when we were dealing with the Attorney General, it wasn't the NDP Attorney General. We're a level of government, they're a level of government. So I'm fine with supporting it, but we should do so as a municipal government critiquing the federal government.
Are you making that amendment?
Amendment.
Do I have a second to that amendment? Councillor Sudnick? Any other discussion? I'm going to call the amendment to vote. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. I'm going to call the original motion with the amendment to vote. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Next, 7.4, we have a letter from William Graham Wallace, received on December 20th, 2022. Response letter from the Assistant Deputy Minister, Outstanding Criminal Code of Canada fines. Anyone? Councillor Earl?
Move that we receive for information.
Have a second? Councillor McDonald? Any discussion in regards to this? No? Oh, Councillor Earl.
Okay. No, just thank you, Mr. Wallace, for the follow-up and his diligence. And as I think we demonstrated here today, it's part of an ongoing conversation and a subject we take seriously and we're pursuing, and hope to have some good news for him in the not too distant future with respect to the critiques he's articulated in this letter.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. I agree too, and I think it was brought up this morning with the Attorney General too, and there was some, she said she would get back to us on it as well, so we can follow up that way as well. So, Councillor Parslow?
Yes, well, I appreciate what Councillor Earl has said. I think we should be thankful for Mr. Wallace's knowledge and desire to see things improve. I think so. I am understanding that the Mayor is going to be following up with the Attorney General of BC about these issues. I think the penultimate paragraph in Mr. Wallace's letter, which reads, I could go on and on about the failings of the current criminal justice system. It is broken and it has been spiraling down to non-effectiveness for years and years now. That captures my sentiments and feelings, and I think a large number of people in the community would agree with that, and we need to focus on where the problem is. I think the problem is with the with the justice system that we have. It's not with the RCMP, and it's not with necessarily with violent criminals. It's with some people who have mental illness. They need help. People with addictions, they need help. But there has to be consequences for repeated offenders. So I think that part that I read captures at least my feelings.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, and to your question, if I'll be following up, yeah, like she said, their office would reach out, and my plan would be to get some notes together from us and everybody in the community. Any other discussion? I'm going to call that motion to vote. And those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. 8, next order of business is 8 reports. We have 8.1. We have report number 23-001 from the corporate officer, reason South Peace Health Services Society Facility Management Lease Agreement.
Your Worship,
conflict
on this one as a voting member,
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Sudnick. Councillor McDonald?
I recommend that report number 23-001 from the corporate officer regarding South Peace Health Services Society Facility Management / lease agreement be received. Further, that the agreement dated for reference December 1st, 2022 between the corporation of the City of Dawson Creek and the South Peace Health Services Society for the property located at 1608 on 106th Avenue for the purpose of locum healthcare personnel accommodation be approved for a 5-year term.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Councillor Kemp? Any discussion? Councillor Earl? Just wanted to kudos to staff and everybody who put in the work to get the lease agreement done and with the back and forth that occurred. And thank you to the South Peace Health Services Society for working with us. And we look forward to, or I look forward to seeing presuming council votes in favor of seeing the facility in use and hope it serves the intended purpose. Thank you, Councillor Earl. All right, no more discussion. Vote to call this motion to vote. Those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Let's wait for Councillor Sudnick to come back in. All right, next order on the agenda is 8.2. We have report number 23-002 from the corporate officer, reason approving officer appointments. Councillor Kemp?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation, the report number 23-002 from the corporate officer regarding approving officer appointments be received. Further, that Bill Darnbo be appointed as the approving officer for the City of Dawson Creek and that Kevin Henderson be appointed as the deputy approving officer.
Do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick? Discussion? We'll call this motion to vote. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next is 8.3. Almost missed one there. We have report number 23-003 from the Financial Service Manager, revised water shutoff policy. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will move the recommendation that report number 23-003 from the Financial Services Manager regarding water shutoff policy amended be received. Further, that Council approve the changes to the water shutoff policy as proposed within this report, with the outstanding balance of $1,500 being replaced with an outstanding balance of 2 billing cycles or 120 days.
Do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick? Discussion? Councillor Earl?
Just once again, thank you to staff for keeping an eye on this and helping us refine it. This was a new policy enacted by the previous council, and I think it's the first time we'd pursued such a thing. Obviously, shutting somebody's water off is a last resort, and it's a sensitive issue, but there were hundreds of thousands of dollars outstanding, and that cost was falling on the other residents of Dawson Creek, so I'm glad we undertook this work. I'm glad staff is committed to refining the policy to make it more effective and workable for everyone in the community. And yeah, good work.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? All right, I will call this motion to vote. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Next, we have 8.4, report number 23-006 from the General Manager of Community Services, reason play on Canada funding options. Councillor Apollonio?
Okay, I read the recommendation that report number 23-006 from the General Manager of Community Services, Play On Canada's funding options be received. Further, that the city commit to hosting the Play On Canada event in 2023 and allocate the $60,500 that is required for the city's contribution from the excess funding from the Ovintiv Events Center account.
Do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick? Any discussion? Anything you want to add, Councillor Apollonio?
No, that's good.
Oh. Councillor Parslow?
I had some discussions about this with the previous CAO. I'm just looking at the language used here in the report, and the second paragraph under the heading Summary Background, and the third line from the bottom of the second paragraph, which reads, the event begins with 20 events across the country and ends with a national event in 2023. Now, event is the word I'm focusing on here. What I envisaged happening was that essentially was going to be a tournament where you'd have all these hundreds of street hockey, floor hockey people in town. But after discussions with Blair Letstrom, I'm led to believe, no, there will be a series of games spread out over quite a period of time. So what is it meant by the word event? Is it a tournament or a series of one-off games?
Through your worship. So the reason why I use the wording of 20 events is because across Canada, Play On is going to host in 20 communities street hockey tournaments. So I called it events as in their literature that was in there. So each one will host anywhere from 50 to 100 teams in a tournament, street hockey tournament in each community. In British Columbia, my understanding is there's going to be 4 communities in British Columbia, I believe 4 in Alberta, and I can't remember how the rest go, but there's 20 across the province. Each one of those winners within each one of those tournaments / events will go to a national event September 2023.
Thank you, Chantal. Of course you can, Councillor Parslow.
Are you sure?
I'll let you.
So thank you. I understand part of that now. So just to make sure that, so the event, one of 20 in Canada that will be held here in Dawson Creek, will involve many teams, doesn't matter what number, being in the community at the same time. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Councillor Sudnick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question on the teams. So you mentioned anywhere from 50 to 100 teams. So for our investment of $60,000, does that event go on even if they only get 12 teams registered? Or is there a red line for them to not host that event here just based on lack of interest?
Chantal?
Through your worship, my understanding is it's either 50 or 100. The belief is that we are going to have that many teams come because we will pull. The closest one to us is Kelowna, and the closest one from the Alberta side is Edmonton. So we'll be pulling from that whole area to bring in those. So what we suggested, we weren't sure if we'd make 100 teams. So we talked with them. We were pretty confident that we'd reach 50 teams because of the vast area that would be coming in.
Any other discussion? No? Okay, I'm going to call the motion to vote. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Oh, is that 2 opposed? I think so. Yeah, okay. You got both? Yes. Okay. Do I need to announce? Okay, opposed was it was carried 5-2. Opposed was Councillor Earl and Councillor Parslow. I'm going to call a 10-minute recess before we go on. So, council meeting for Monday, January 9th, back to order. Our next order of business was 9 bylaws. We have 9.1, report number 23-005 from the corporate officer. Reason the Nowickan Friendship Center road closure bylaw number 4515. And land sale bylaw number 4523. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to recommend that report number 23-005 from the corporate officer regarding road closure bylaw number 4515 and land sale bylaw number 4523 be received, and further that the land sale bylaw number 4523 2022 be adopted, and further that highway closure and dedication removal bylaw number 4515 2022 be given first 3 readings.
Do I have a second? Counselor Sudnick, any discussion? I'll call this motion to vote. All in favor? Oh, did you have just something? All,
Why are we voting with this system?
no, we're voting.
Still,
Yeah.
why was she fiddling around?
She was trying to fix it, but it didn't work. Yeah. Okay. All in favor?
Still analog, Charlie.
Opposed? It's carried.
Going to tell me what you're doing when you come over here.
9.2, we have zoning amendment 22-04, bylaw number 4541, 2022 for consideration of third reading and adoption. I just need a motion. Okay, somebody like Counselor Earl, second. Counselor Kemp, discussion. All in favor? Like to call this vote, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. I seen his pinky finger come up there. Thanks, Counselor Parslow. 10, mayor's business. So 10.1, just a mayor's update. So first off, I attended a Christmas hamper, I don't know what to call, we were putting Christmas hamper baskets together. Councillor McDonald and Councillor Earl were there as well. It was great to see, the 4 organizations in our community. There was probably 40 plus volunteers there, all working together to put all these boxes together for those in need before Christmas. So I think it was about 160 boxes or 180 somewhere in there, but it was really nice to see, and it was nice to be part of it and to get in there and work and help them. So I just wanted to thank them for all they do for our communities. And all 4 of them, there was the networks, there was Nowakin, St. Mark's, and the Salvation Army. That was the 4, right? Yeah, the 4 that were there. So they all came there with their own lists, and all the food got split up into different sizes of families, and then they all took it. So it was a great event, and great to see. It was great to see them working together as organizations, groups. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Next, this Make a Difference group. It's not really a group, but part of I'll maybe just bring everybody up to speed a little bit, but I've had part of when I decided to run for mayor was a big thing for me was about engaging the community and bringing our community together in different levels and opening up the communication between different groups and organizations in our city. So I've had some meetings in regards to some youth, some beautification, some senior groups in our community that do things. So one, to break it down a little bit, the youth one is the one that's kind of taking off, but there's like 30 plus different groups in our community that do things that are related to youth and bettering our youth in our community. And they are getting together as a whole, as kind of like a round table to just talk about like things that they're working on, things that are working good, things that are challenging, just to get on the same page so that there's not one doing something here, one doing something there, where they can all work together. So it was just something that, it wasn't me that brought it forward. It was just brought forward in lots of conversations. And it's kind of getting some legs. And there's about 5 or 6 people that I've been meeting with just about, that are engaging these groups. There won't be, it's nothing that the city needs to do moving forward. We won't be, they're not asking, there's not an ask to the city to do it. It's just really that those groups in our community getting together. And then, as it grows, if council wants to get involved with it or, city staff, we can just use it, as an education piece for us. And a way for us to open lines up to the communication to our community for different areas. So, but there's like I said, I think there's 5 that I've met with, but the youth one is kind of the one that's getting some legs and taking off a little bit, and I'm very passionate about it because to me it's about youth and seniors are 2 of the most important things to me in our community. Youth is our future. Seniors have laid our foundation down, and so I think it's important to me that we move forward with that. So that's kind of where that's at. I just know that there's been some talk about it, so I just wanted to bring everybody up to date on it, and I'll continue to as they grow and where they go from here. For snow removal, I just want to give a quick shout out to our city staff. In regards to a lot of things they do, there's a lot of amazing things that our city staff do. But one I want to touch on is snow removal, because we get a lot of, calls and feedback about our snow removal. And to say it's perfect, it's understatement. It's not perfect. Nothing we ever do is going to be perfect. But I tell you one thing, like driving around our community and seeing the mass amount of snow that we got between Christmas and New Year's, especially Christmas, like a very tough time of year to staff. Like our staff has done an amazing job. Our city looks great. I know we haven't got to every area in the city, but I really just wanted to recognize the work they did. Every time I was out, like there was a new street cleaned, and there was they were working hard to keep up, and it was a lot of snow in a short period of time. So I just wanted to send a thank you to them from us. So. Also to this, just a little off topic, I guess something personal, but I was at went to a city event at the arena. They offered learn to skate. So now people know I can't skate, but I decided to sign up for it because I've always wanted to skate. And, it was a great event. Before I went on the ice, there was a youth learn to skate event that the city put on for youth kids, and there must have been like 40 or 50 kids on the ice. Like it was just amazing to see. And then I did the learn to skate for the adults. Then there was a learn to play hockey for adults too, and it was fun. There was about 15 people, so it was just really neat to see that there was that many people, and there was 15 different people from our community on there, and some people that just moved here from other countries that were out there learning to skate. There was some business owners. There was some ladies that play hockey that wanted to get better. So it was just amazing to see, and just a service that maybe goes a little unrecognized, or a little maybe people just don't know about it and what's offered. So definitely a good thing, and I didn't know about it right away either. So I think it's just another thing to check the city's Facebook page, our website, because there's a lot of activities, and our city staff do a lot of different things to bring our city together. So I just wanted to say thank you to that as well. Yeah, that's all I got for mayor's updates. I don't know if anybody had any questions for me on any of those. But anybody? No. Councillor Parslow?
Well, you raised so many interesting topics. It's your fault. I mean, snow removal. I want to talk about snow removal. I'm just wondering, one of the things that was reported to us by our CAO around snow removal is the difficulty associated, and I think it was 8th Street, it might have been Alaska Avenue, but it's the interface between the ARC, is that their name, the road? Argo, and our school district, and our city staff, okay? Not physical or verbal stuff, it's the work. And surely there's a way that they can clear 8th Street without literally tipping all bunches of snow onto the sidewalks that the city staff have to clear. I mean, there must be, in our days of technology, a solution. Because you did cite that as a problem in one of your snow reports, didn't you?
I'll let Kevin speak to that. I know there's been some dialogue with Argo and the province. So
Yeah, through your worship. We've had a number of meetings with the Ministry of Transportation over the last couple of years. We've met with Argo. The challenge that we face is that the the Ministry of Transportation has a responsibility to clear snow between the gutters, gutter to gutter. The fact that there is a sidewalk just in behind the gutter is not their responsibility, so they push the snow up there. And so they issue a contract, which Argo has for maintenance, and that contract is very specific that the responsibilities are to remove the snow when it gets to be a certain depth, gutter to gutter. And they all appreciate that the city has to clear a sidewalk, but Argo's bid on a contract that says get it from gutter to gutter and get it off the road. The Ministry of Transportation says sidewalks are not our issue. And so we've had a number of discussions trying to figure out if there's a better way, and it's been a struggle. The best we can do is when it comes to Argo peeling the ice off the roads, not loose snow, but when they come back and it's going to warm up and they want to remove the compact off 8th and Alaska, they will call us and say, tonight we're removing, we're going to peel the streets. And so they're letting us know that it's all going to end up on the sidewalk. So what we've done is we've coordinated with them. So they will go out and they will peel. They will leave it piled in one laneway. We will bring our snow blower, we will bring trucks, and we'll blow it into trucks and haul it away. So there is a cost to us. But if we don't do that, it'll all end up on the sidewalk, and we'll end up having to do it anyways. We've reached out, like I say, to the ministry. We've asked for possibilities of maybe some assistance in those matters, and we haven't made a whole lot of headway on it anyway. So that's where we're at.
I know there was some discussion around like some compensation. I know there was some numbers that I heard flying around to the city. Are we just waiting to hear back from them on that?
No, I through your worship, I don't think we're going to get any compensation for it. The reality is the city spends probably 40 to 50,000 a year dealing with what I would consider to be, snow from the roadway that ends up on our sidewalk that we're responsible for. And Devin reached out to a number of other communities. Devin's part of the Public Works Association of BC, so he's got quite a network of people. The reality is it's the same in Quesnel, it's the same in Kelowna, it's the same in Prince George. The challenge we have is that in some other communities, there's more of a setback between the road and sidewalks, but we have a very narrow right-of-way and everything's fairly tight. They just don't have anywhere to put the snow, so they put it on our sidewalks.
Something we have to live with.
Yeah.
Basically. Okay. Thank you. 10.2, we have the delegations from the South Peace Miles Zero Park Society. On their first delegation was the Splash Park to Misting Park. Are we looking for a motion from council? If there's not, I could possibly make a motion that directs staff to look into how this would work, because I don't know. I think both the Misting Park and Pump Track, and I know we have some plans for that area too, but they're very passionate about their area, and if they want to do these things, and I think we should get on the same page. But I don't know, Kevin, did you?
Just through your worship, so just on the Splash Park, the ask was for the city to front the money for the equipment, and they're going to subsequently apply for a grant. I think something to be aware of is if the city wanted to do that, we would have to adhere to our purchasing policy, which would mean we would have to get some quotes for that products, which I don't see any harm in that. Is it might be the supplier that they're dealing with, and maybe they're the only supplier that provides that. I'm not sure, but if we want to adhere to our own policies, we'd have to go out and get some competitive quotes for that equipment. And just an awareness piece, right? Because that's our process.
The other part of it, is it about like reaching out to, where they're going to get their grants or where they're applying for, on how that process works? Because if we go in there and, do okay to buy it, and then that doesn't qualify them for the grant, like it's pretty tough to make, in my eyes, to make, a decision today on this. That's why I was thinking of, I don't know if it makes sense to direct staff to come back to us with the way we go forward on it. I don't know, because, you know, I understand what their ask was, but it, you know,
Through your worship, I think you're probably correct. Is it might be good to direct staff to go away, work, and see with the intent of trying to see if there's a way that it, you know, could work. Maybe if that's what council wishes, but go back, see what we can do as far as the supply of the equipment and also the NDIT, and not jeopardizing that grant opportunity. And then we can report back at the next meeting. Because I think we have time. I mean, a couple of weeks, I don't think that they're here early because they want to do it, but I don't think a couple of weeks changes too much.
Yeah, okay. Well, if nobody has a motion, I can make a motion.
Well, there's 2 points here, right? One is they want to convert from a recycled water system to a flow-through sprinkler system. I think one of the things is approval in principle by council for that. You'd also need to, you may as well do it all in one fell swoop, is write a letter of support for their NDIT application. Because they will ultimately require, right, a resolution from the city in support of their NDIT application. That's standard for every NDIT. Okay. Do you have your support of your local government? So they'll get the support of municipal government and the PRRD, right?
So Kevin, just
the other facet then, if we prove that in principle, is in what you're talking about, is for staff to give a report about the feasibility of doing it.
I guess through to staff, do we need approval that if they want to change it from a, like, do we need to make a motion if they want to change it from a recycled water to flow through?
Yeah, so through your worship, I think, yeah, short answer is yes. I think it would be good. You know, it is our property. They operate it on our behalf, and this is a change. There's a couple of things there. Is going to a flow through means that there's going to be water used, wasted, consumed, however you want to frame it. It's going to be probably $12,000 to $15,000 worth of water a year that's going to be, you know, utilized in that facility, depending. So there's a number of things there, but yeah, I think council should approve in principle that, you know, if they so wish, that changing this, I think that'd be appropriate.
Okay, all right. So,
I'll make, if I, do you want
Can I just ask one question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Kevin, when you say 12 to 15,000 gallons or dollars a year, was that with changing to the mist? That's not with the existing.
That's correct, through your worship. That would be with the new misting
Right.
thing. Like if it was a flow-through system
With
the
the
current
misters.
setup, it'd be, I think we estimated about $70,000 plus $1,000.
Because we don't
it's
want to
considerably
approve
more.
them just switching to a flow through without it being converted to a mist at
Correct.
the same time.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Parslow?
I'm prepared to make a motion that council approve in principle the conversion of the splash part from a recycled water system to a flow-through mister system.
I have a second. Councillor Sudnick, any discussion? Councillor Earl?
Only note, and whether it's you as the NDIT representative, your worship, or somebody else, as soon as we can get an answer as to whether or not, because as Kevin said, we're now going through our request for quotes proposal.
Purchasing.
And if we're purchasing ourselves, to make sure MOPS is still going to be eligible for the amount they're applying for. I appreciate they want to get these changes in place by summer so that it's uninterrupted service to the community, and I think that's commendable, but just looking at what we've tentatively approved in principle today, between upwards of $160,000 for misting, they've asked for another $18,000 for planning, potentially $160,000 in lighting, and then the motions brought forward by Councillor Apollonio and Councillor Parslow for security cameras and additional signage lighting, we probably added potentially upwards of $500,000 to the budget today. So I'd like to know whether that 160 grand is going to be recoupable sooner rather than later, certainly before Terry brings us draft 2. So we know what we're either cutting or where we're looking.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. The motion that's on the floor right now is only to approve in principle. It's not about the funding, so. And I think the comments to the other 2 motions brought forward earlier, there would be a change in the budget. It's not extra money, so just to clarify. So is there any more discussion on the motion? Brenda, could you read the motion back, please?
The motion was to approve in principle the change from the recycled spray park to the flow-through misting park. And
you.
we'll elaborate with South Peace Malzero Park Society.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to call this motion to vote. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. So do we need another motion?
Like to move that the city provide the Mile Zero Park Society a letter of support for the application for the an NDIT grant in support of the splash park.
Do I have a second? Councillor Earl? Any discussion? Okay, I'll call, are you good with that?
Sorry, through your worship, I'm just wondering if that would be pending budget approval, the letter of support.
Kevin?
So through your worship, just Brenda for clarification. So the letter of support would be for their grant application. And I guess the only part would be is even if they were successful in the grant application, Mile Zero Park Society was still looking for 30%, the remaining portion that they wouldn't get through, and that would have the budget implications. So the letter of support doesn't really cost us anything, but unless we're committing to the remainder. So that's where Brenda's coming from on that.
So should we wait to do that one until we've got some direction from staff? Do we need to, Councillor
It's
Parslow?
irrelevant, really, because the approval for expenditure, I mean, often groups get their letters of support, they get a grant, and then they go looking out for the rest of the money, right? Some groups don't get the money and they return the grant. The alternative here is for if I'm just talking worst case scenarios, they require a letter of support for their grant, regardless. If the city doesn't contribute 30%, that's fine. The grant, they don't have to spend it. They've got a full year to spend the money. They will then have the money in cash, right? And they will buy the equipment the following year. It will just mean that there will be no splash park this summer. Just so you know that. Okay? So it doesn't matter. The money can be forthcoming this year from the city or not. But the grant money will be awarded probably, I forget the exact schedule, but the grant money will be awarded, they meet 4 times a year. So let's say by June. And if that's the date and the equipment has not been bought, all you need to know, full disclosure, is that will be no splash park this summer. And that's another decision point.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Worship. I just note that the delegation in question did specifically request that council backstop the difference between the grant and the cost of the project as part of their ask, so.
The motion that's on the floor, we have a seconder for that, right? Yeah. Kevin?
Yeah, so through your worship, that's just, yeah, Councillor Earl hit on kind of what I was thinking, right? So they have asked for that. We could provide a letter of, or council could provide a letter of support and just be clear that they're not agreeing to provide the 30% or whatever remainder. And it goes much like what Councillor Parslow said, is it's a letter of support. It allows them to apply. It would just mean they would have to still secure that remaining funding.
Send the other notice as a separate letter to
Yeah.
them. Just, you might kill their application.
Yeah.
If you attach that to the same letter.
Thank you. Okay. All right, so I'm going to call this, Brenda?
Just to be clear on the motion, so it's for letter support for the project, and there's no mention of budget implications? Just to
That's
be
my
clear.
understanding. I don't know if there'll be another motion after, but yeah. Okay, any discussion, more discussion? I'll call this motion to vote. Those are in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so I don't even, like, are you clear, Kevin, on what, do we need another motion to give you some direction on where to go from here?
Yeah, through your worship, it's never heard. So where did we leave off, Brenda? What was,
Yeah, through your worship, we have an approval of, in principle, from council for the project, and we are sending a letter of support to NDIT in regards to the project. That's the only direction we have at this point.
so through your worship, Shantae's mentioned, of course, we have, I mean, if council wants us to provide that funding by other means, whether you want to make that decision today or another day, we have, for instance, a playground that was proposed for, down at Rotary Park. Some of that funding could be utilized for some or all of this spray equipment if council deemed that to be a priority over playground equipment. So there's options. It just, it's moving from one priority to another.
I guess my thoughts on it is like, one is back to staff, if we could make room in the budget for it, if they see that, like you said there, you could, but the other is the other alternative is we technically lend them the money, they get the grant, we get part of it back, which they're kind of asking, right? So that's where, I guess I'm asking for direction on.
Yeah, so through your worship is, if council wants to do this project, then we will come back with recommendations on projects to remove or to change within the capital budget, because there's no room to just add it. It'll come at the cost of something. And so what we would do is come back with some recommendations on what that cost would be, i.e. whether it's a playground or it's, whatever these options are.
But then I guess what my question is, if we take something out of our budget and we decide that this is important and we put it in our budget, but they apply for a grant, so, I get we got to have the whole cost, but if we're just going to put it in our budget, can they even apply for the grant anymore? Because we're technically doing it all then, right?
Well, and through your worship, those are the answers that was the first motion, which is we need to have that discussion with NDIT. We need to be clear on what that looks like so we don't jeopardize the grant application. So that's also going to shape a bit of what we do.
Okay. So do you need any more direction?
Well, I think right now, honestly, staff, we come back to the next meeting with what, information we have from NDIT. And if, based on what we find out from them, we might be able to bring you some additional options on funding.
NDIT and your draft budget, if you can fit it in.
Yeah. So I think.
So we need a motion? Okay, so
there you go. There's a motion.
Councillor McDonald, did you want to take a shot at a motion?
Sorry, no, I just had one question. During their presentation, they mentioned they had a budget of $50,000 a year to run the splash park. Is that money we give them, or that's their own money?
No,
that's
that's
money
not for the
we give
splash
them.
park. That's for the Mile Zero Park Society.
That's for the whole Mile Zero Park. And do we anticipate if we switch to a misting park instead of a splash park, we're going to have a savings there? We're going to take money away from that 50, or?
No, that cost has been there prior to.
Okay.
Used to be about 7.
Sorry, Shantae?
Okay, can we I just want to ask for a motion so we can have some more discussion, so. Is there anybody that could put a motion forward? I guess, Kevin, Councilor McDonald.
So I believe what we're looking for, I'd like to make a motion directing city staff to investigate options in the budget for us to convert the Mile Zero Splash Park to a Mile Zero Misting Park to bring back to us on our next council meeting.
I don't know if that's.
Is that what we were looking for? No?
I don't know, we're kind of, I'll get Terry.
Through your worship. So I think what Kevin's alluding to and Councillor Earl is, they're saying approximately $160,000 to convert with labor and materials. So 30% of that, I believe he said 30% would have to be covered by Mile Zero Park. So essentially, I think they were asking the city for that. However, they're not assured to get the grant. So no matter what, I think that we would have to, if council wants to proceed with assisting them with this, we can't assume that they will get the grant, whether, it is or it isn't. I think we have to put $160,000 in and not have revenue from a grant because it's not guaranteed. If it was guaranteed, then this wouldn't be an issue at all. But I feel like this seems to be the issue at the table right now, is that a grant isn't guaranteed. So staff is happy to come up with options, what we could take out of the capital plan and bring it back to city council. But I think the best route forward is to put, if council wants to proceed with this, $160,000 in the 2023 capital budget.
Yeah, in order to have it operational this year. Otherwise, we could let them go with the way it is and it might not be operational this year and it might take. Yeah.
True. And again, from what I understood from the presentation was that he wanted the city to purchase the equipment sooner than later, so then it could be. So time is of the essence in this situation, and I guess it'll just have to be a council decision.
Yeah, I think Councillor McDonald's motion covers if he's asking them to look for budget options for that 100 in the amount of 160.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, sorry, then I made that confusing. So, do I have a seconder for that motion, and then I'll get it, Councillor Earl. Brenda, you're amazing. Do you need us to repeat the motion back?
Can we just read what we have?
Yeah.
And if it's okay, you could just advise if that's correct. That staff be directed to investigate options in the 2023 budget to find funds to convert the Mile Zero Splash Park to a Mile Zero Misting Park at the January 23rd, 2023 council meeting. Further, that $160,000 be allocated in the 2023 budget for this capital project in order to have the park operational in 2023 as proposed. Does that summarize what you're saying?
If we like the options, yeah. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Can you hit your button again, Councillor Earl? Councillor Earl?
Yeah, that was kind of what I was striking, because if we're approving in principle and we're sending a letter to the granting organization that we support it, presumably we're going to put the money behind it, to send a letter of support for the project and then not know whether we're willing to pay for it or not could conceivably put us in the Mile Zero Park Society in a bad light with NDIT if they were to approve it and then we're to say, no, we don't got any money for it. If they can, 40 or 30% of 160 grand is what, 48,000, about $50,000. So if they can raise that, great. But if not, my presumption would be that NDIT would expect us as the people who wrote the letter of support, and they came to us asking for that specifically to backstop it. We need to indicate we're willing to put the resources behind it should something go sideways.
Right. Councillor Parslow? In regards to the motion on the floor.
Yes, so the regards to the motion, or Jeremy's comments, which I think was speaking to the motion, is that NDIT doesn't operate like that. The purpose of the letter of support is that the municipality is aware of this project, right? And will accommodate it within your municipal presence, you know, the city's operations, that you approve where it's going to go, that you approve that its operation with your community. If it in no way obligates the city to come up with the 30%, okay? When the Mile Zero Park makes this application, they will have to put 30%, right, to be raised by, right? And they'll do it probably this way. They'll say, if we say the equipment's 120, that leaves 40, 20,000 will it be in kind, and 20,000 will be fundraising. Now listen, the Rotary Club is in heavy with the Mile Zero Park Society, okay? 20,000 is nothing to the Rotary Club, and they will support this thing, I would wager. They have given other grants to Mile Zero Park in the vicinity of $15,000 to $20,000. But what I would advise, if I put on my former administrative hat, is that admin just have a phone call, or I used to do this when I was the NDIT rep. I would phone NDIT and say, look, there is this scenario. Is this offside at all? And the offside I'm thinking about is you'll buy it, they'll pay, the Mile Zero Park Society will pay you back. I would often did that. People wanted advice. If I didn't know, I'd make a phone call and ask the staff to advise me. Do you know what I mean? So that protects our administration and the advice they're giving us. But in no way does it obligate us to come up with the 30% at all. It doesn't work that way.
But now with the motion on the floor, we got the $160,000.
We are doing that because that's what has to be done in accounting terms, right?
Okay.
That's my understanding of when I took some accounting courses, right? Yeah.
Okay. Any other discussion? I'm going to call this motion to vote. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. So next we have 10.3, the South Peace Mile Zero Park Society and the pump track. So they have a request to us to offer them $12,000 to do a plan for that side of the creek, or $18,000 for both sides. Yeah. I guess maybe before we go any further, Shante or Kevin, could you talk a little bit? Because
Yeah. So through your worship, what staff, I think we understand is, on this particular request is they're looking for approval in principle to move forward with the pump track. They'll work with a committee of community services, Mile Zero Park Society, determine, where might be an appropriate location. Then they are looking for $12,000 or $18,000 to do some planning for the site, depending on whether it's one side of the creek or both sides of the creek, correct, Shante? Yes. So that's the ask, the two asks for council. If they're approval in principle and if they're willing to provide the planning funding for them to go through that exercise. They will also use the plan that was developed by Urban Systems and the community or some community representatives a year or two ago on that site. So that doesn't get completely lost because that was an exercise that Council of the Day, funded as well, right? So
I guess just one to that plan, like we have plans there, Kevin, for like in the capital budgets of about putting a playground potentially in there. So, do we need to spend $12,000 on a plan? Like, can we not just,
work with them and then see where it needs to go from there?
Well,
Because
if
I'm
you're-
assuming
yeah.
if we were planning on, if that would have been approved and we were putting a playground in there, we probably would have been in the budget already there to.
Yeah,
have
so
it
through your
planned.
worship, I don't know exactly what this $12,000 or $18,000 was going to provide from. Maybe Shantae's got more details on that. I'll let her to speak to that.
Through your worship. So the way that I wrote my notes, and I apologize, Kevin, I didn't get quickly to you, is that they asked for, they aren't asking for the pump track is $330,000. They believe that they have a local oil field who's going to assist with that cost. So then from there, after they go into that part, they weren't asking anything from the city other than approval of it, as Kevin said. What they asked for is for the new concept of the park on both sides to form a committee. Brenna will chair, a city representative and a person from Rotary. At that point, they were looking at developing two sides of the park. One side is 12,000 or two sides is 18,000. That was for the design of the park itself. So they were two separate asks. That's how I wrote it down.
I just found, the original delegation was to come here about the pump track.
That's exactly right.
So we need to deal with the pump track. Councillor Parslow, are you making a motion? Are you making a motion on this or what?
I'll make a motion
Okay,
that
thank you.
we fund 18,000 for a master development plan for the Mile Zero Park recreation area.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Third time, do I have a second? Oh, no, I don't have a second. Councillor Earl, Councillor Earl.
I'll move that we approve in principle the ask to help accommodate the development of the pump track. Essentially, that we're looking for. Is a motion? Yeah, okay.
Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald? Okay, I'm just going to get that motion read back, please.
From my understanding, it was approval in principle for the pump track.
Okay. All right, any discussion on this motion on the approval of the pump track? Councillor McDonald?
Just to confirm, that is not us agreeing to invest in that last 20% at all, right? That is just strictly giving them approval to proceed with trying to self-fund a pump track for the Mile Zero Park.
Correct. Right?
As I understood it.
Yeah.
Just approval to develop the asset on city property.
All right, so no more discussion on that. Oh, Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, just so you have the full picture, they're not sure where this pump track should go in light of other developmental plans for the area. And that is why they wanted the $12,000. So I'm just trying to paint a picture. You got the full picture.
Okay.
The two are linked. Where do we put it? If there's going to be an additional splash park down the road for the city, you know, for older, where would that go? How much area? Where would this new playground go? What other things could be put there so they don't make any mistakes over the location? Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Councillor Sudnick?
I have a question about how many plans have been funded for this property. Are we funding another plan for a pump track after we just funded a recreation plan or a park plan 2 years ago for it, and we still have a recreation master plan to look at in a couple of weeks? How many plans are we planning? Can I just get clarification on that before we make a decision on which plan we would like to adopt and make a decision on?
So through your worship, I think it was 2021, we did the council of the day commissioned Urban Systems to do a development plan for Rotary Lake. What would it look like when decommission the lake, and then some future phases of what and I sent that out to council, I believe, last week, that plan of that day. So that one was funded. The next one that we did was we commissioned the Parks and Rec Master Plan. And that looked at the entire community and a number of facilities, green spaces and such. And they would have touched on Rotary Park itself down there to some degree. Yeah. And then subsequently, the ask, which is not part of the motion, which was never got a seconder, was for the Mile Zero Park Society to get an additional $12,000 or $18,000 to come up with another plan for the area. But that's not in this current motion.
Thanks, Councillor Sednick. I guess just to go a little bit to that, like when they did that the master plan that was done a couple years ago wasn't approved because I think it was a quite substantial amount of funding. But, when this last one that was done did they not communicate with the organization about, because there's the one about doing the playground there, but if they already had this in mind to do the pump track, did we know about that previously? Oh, okay, that was just something new. Okay.
Through your worship, the groups, all the community groups were invited. We did a session in June. At that point, that's where groups were invited to come and take part in with any ideas that they had.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Earl.
Yes, yours, just to expand on the context you provided previously. So the plan that was brought before us in 2021 had, I think, 7 or 8 phases. The first phase was decommissioning the previous Rotary Lake, which we acted upon. And some of the, with respect to building out the playground capacity, I think, been incorporated into the master plan. But some of the stuff, I think, was outside the bounds of what council had initially asked for, and they kind of overshot the mark. So it didn't end up getting utilized to the extent I think we were hoping it would. So that's kind of where we landed on that. So it wasn't that it was completely shelved, but some of the stuff in there was, above and beyond, I think, what we were looking for as far as the next step for redeveloping that area.
Okay. So the motion that's on the floor is just, in principle, that we are in favor of them looking at putting a pump track in. Any discussion around that? No? Okay, I'm going to call that question to vote. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Worshipman. I don't know if it's appropriate, but if so, I am willing to make a motion that we defer the question of the $12,000 to $18,000 redevelopment funding until after council has had a chance to review the coming master plan for Parks and Recreation, so that we have some more context to inform that decision.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think as well, if we, part of our master plan is to do something down there and we already have some planning, maybe there isn't a cost, so.
And if I can get a seconder, I'll speak to.
There's no motion on the floor.
I guess just deferral, we don't need to speak to it, just a seconder, or what?
Do we need a motion first and then defer it, Brenda?
Yeah, the motion would be to defer the response to the Mile Zero Park Society's question for funding.
Okay. Is that Councillor McDonald? Councillor Earl?
Yeah, I mean, I kudos to the delegation for presenting here today. Their hearts are in the right place, as we all recognize they do a phenomenal amount of work, and I appreciate their ambition in developing the area. But as Councillor Sudnick noted, and has been noted, we've got a couple different irons in the fire, and I think it would be prudent for us as a council, before we make spending commitments on behalf of the public, to know where we're going. As a previous CIO is fond of saying, if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. So I think if taking a beat to, review our collective plans or what have you would be prudent at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
I'm not speaking against you, just points of information here. none of these plans you're talking about have ever been formally adopted by any council. They exist, but they have not been adopted. And if I can correct my beloved Kevin over there, when you talk about council authorized, okay, that report as it relates to the Mile Zero Park, right, was initiated by a former director. It never came to council for specific direction. It caught the CAO of the day by surprise as well. Okay, so we were never formally engaged, right, in that process. It was presumably within his budget envelope. He spent the $30,000, and it was not something that we were engaged with. And I'm going to say I believe the administration was concerned about the parameters to that study. So I think the recreation plan needs to be formally reviewed and parts of it adopted, perhaps. That to me, if you have a report, it doesn't say, here's the report, admin, do what you want. It has to be approved by council. Well, that is in part what's happened, because they've been put phase one, right? They're getting rid of that Rotary Lake. Phase two, these playgrounds, right? I mean, we're conscious. You're not acting in isolation, but we have never adopted the plan.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Parslow. So the motion that's on the floor is just deferring this. So if there's any other discussion on that, now I'm going to call that motion to vote. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Next, we did have the ambulance attendants here, and there will be an ask from them, but they said they were going to work with staff on that. So when that comes, we'll bring that forward in a form of a letter to Mayor and Council. Next, 11, the Chief Administrative Officer operational update. Kevin?
So through your worship, only just touch on one item, which is the communications, community outreach position. So we've drafted a job description, and I'm going to meet with the mayor here probably in the next day or so. We'll go over that, finalize, just make sure we're on the same page. And then I think we'll be in a position to move forward with that. And you had already touched on the snow removal, so that was the only other thing I was going to talk about.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Next order of business, 12, diary. Anything on the diary? There's nothing on the diary. 13, consent calendar. Anything that needs to be lifted? No. Do I need a motion? I need a motion to receive the consent calendar. Councillor Kemp, second. Councillor Sudnick. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Next, strategic, 14 is 2022 strategic priorities. Soon it'll be 2023. Just to give a quick update. Kevin and myself will have, in the next day or two, we're meeting just about potential dates for just strategic planning and a person. So I was part of one last week, so Kevin's just going to we'll probably have a conversation with him if we're both on the same page. We'll move forward and then pick some dates and work with council on dates for that. So it will be likely in the next quarter, like in the first quarter of this year. 15 media question period. There's no media here. 16 recess to close. There's no closed. So yeah, I need a motion to close the regular council meeting. Get a motion. Councillor Earl, second. Councillor Sudnick, in favor? Opposed? Carried. You weren't opposed, were you?